yeah, basically, I love that. I love that segue. I think I'm gonna switch gears because yes, I am supposed to be reading Katawa Shoujo right now. But it is about getting to see variety and having that variety supported in media and games and visual novels like Katawa Shoujo, because Katawa Shoujo is really one of the only visual novels that says, well, let's make disability the focus. Let's make that a focal point. And they do it well, in my opinion. It's not 100% perfect. There are some things that I wish they could have done more with, but compared to the so-called spiritual successor, I feel like Katawa Shoujo is still one of the best visual novels whose focus is the disability dialogue. And also says, well, I was watching Sakura play the Cook Delicious game and I saw how she was having difficulties. I actually wrote to the company to find out if they had a way to set the game to an easier mode for folks like her. That is so sweet of you. Thank you for doing that for her. That is so sweet of you. Thank you. That is very brave, and we need more people like you who are willing to say, hey, game companies, would you please consider this? That's very sweet of you. Games 2 and 3 have Zen mode. Easier. Interesting. I will have to let her know about that. Let me make sure I'm not missing anything. Which girl's route are we following tonight? We are gonna try to finish up the route with Lilly tonight because we have not finished that up yet. And she is actually the first route that I am exploring in this visual novel. So with that in mind, let's get going on that, since I did say that was supposed to be the focus, but I did want to just talk a little bit about that other stuff beforehand. Okay, let me get the story pulled up in my Scriball here. And then I will make sure to switch the view in said Scriball so that you all will be able to see things once I make sure that it's going to load for me and do a thing. Okay. And there it is. Yay. One of my favorite things about Tiefy are her guttural chuckles. Oh no. Oh no. Maybe that's a good thing. No spoilers, but getting her to the good end is tricky. Oh. Interesting. Okay. We are gonna have to see about that then. Okay, let's load. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna just. Alright. Wow, really? I haven't played this since March? Okay. I'd like to see Tiffy play Mist. That's actually an interesting suggestion. Because that is a game that has to do a lot with books and finding pages. Maybe I can play those suggested games sometime. Let me go ahead and copy them. Ah, I would. Okay. Copy this and put it in my recommended games document. Okay. Alright, we've got those saved in my favorite save spot. And so now we should be able to move on with the actual part of our cast tonight. Let me put those glasses on because we are gonna need them now. Okay, crescendo. Let's load it. Okay. So we're starting out with I opened my eyes groggily, completely bereft of energy. For a while, I simply lie down lifelessly, staring at the ceiling as I review the events of the morning in an attempt to organize my thoughts. We went to walk to town. My heart nearly gave way. Ah, yes, because he hadn't been taking his medication regularly enough. We came back, I took my pills, I slept. I can only remember each period of time as a snapshot, but the timeline is clear enough. The memory of the girls' faces as I struggled to stand is an unpleasant one, stinging my feelings harshly. If I look at the ceiling hard enough, I can imagine the tile and small dimples of the ceiling in the hospital. That fact alone is enough to make me sit up and try to pull myself together. I scratched the back of my disheveled hair, glancing around the room. Lilly and Hanako are nowhere to be seen, and the television is turned off. The clock above it says it's pretty late in the afternoon. The noticeably reddened sky outside the windows confirms it further. I turn and pick myself off the futon, swaying slightly as I put my arms out for balance. I suppose I'd better go look for the girls to see if they're all right. And I find it interesting that the visual novel puts in that detail that because he's reminded of the hospital ceiling, even though he's in a completely different location, it's that memory that kind of gets him up and really trying to pull himself together. I think that's not only an interesting detail, it's very evocative and very telling of the memories that he has of being in the hospital and what kind of emotions and mindset that conjures for him. As I look out the window, I faintly see something in the distance. Straining my eyes, I can just make out the shape of a person's figure. Her blonde hair swaying in the faint breeze makes her almost seem to melt into the bright yellow of the wheat field. Without a second thought, I leave the room to follow that lone apparition. This is gorgeous. The brightness of the setting sun assaults my freshly woken eyes, forcing me to avert them until they adjust. The long yellow strands of wheat brush against my legs as I wade through them, the densely grown field making it hard to advance. Regardless, my eyes stay fixed ahead, true to that solitary figure. Within minutes, I reach her, meters behind her turned back. "Lily?" says Hisao. And there she is. She simply nods. Hisao says, "Where's Hanako?" Wait, is he dreaming or is this really happening? Now I'm kind of getting those dream vibes. Okay. I think he must actually be awake, but there's a strange kind of dreamlike quality to this. Lily, she's in bed. She went to sleep after I calmed her down. She says it matter-of-factly, and it's with as few words as possible, as if saying any more was strictly forbidden. There's something different about her. Her normally confident figure seems oddly fragile, her body offering no resistance to the breeze blowing her skirt. I think it is kind of the wheat fields vibe for some reason that's adding to the dreamlike quality, maybe? Is this real life? Is this just a fantasy? Druid, I love that. The strands of wheat sway from side to side while a deafening pause passes, the only sound being their rustling. As we stand in the field alone, I know what I have to ask. Hisao, what's wrong, Lily? You're not acting like you usually do. Well, she's probably panicked. She probably thought she was gonna lose you. Or family stuff, too. Lily says, remember when I talked to my family, Hisao? Your family, says Hisao. I look downwards in thought, sifting through my scattered memories. The event seems to leap ready to hand when I search for it, rising to the surface as soon as it was recalled. After Hanako's birthday party, she gives a single simple nod. It was nice back then. You and I celebrating with Hanako, simply sharing presents, talking, having fun together. It was almost as if we were a family, one small, mishappen family. Lily says, I thought it could just go on forever, just the three of us, happily together. She takes a long breath, a slight shakiness to it barely audible through the moving air. Even if my family was so far away, as long as we were together, that was all I needed. I don't want to lose you, Hisao. And there it is. I didn't even realize how afraid I was of losing someone until today. I'm sorry, Lily. I know my body's weak. But even then, I make the most stupid of mistakes. Lily, don't apologize. Please don't apologize. Lily? She turns to face me, her pale cheeks stained with tears. One misguided step after another, she stumbles toward me, her arms held out in search of so much as a faint brush against me. Lovely details. I love Hanako as well. She is probably my second favorite character, aside from Lily, but I was really interested in how they would do Lily's arc because she has this very kind of sophisticated vibe, and I was kind of drawn to that. Aww, this is so cute. This is adorable. My heart doesn't race nor pound as I step toward Lily, gently taking and steadying her in my arms as she quickly clutches to me, sobbing. Oh, Druid! Stop, you're gonna make me cry! Tiefy is my favorite Katawa Shoujo. Druid! That's really sweet, but you're gonna make me cry. And I see Axel Saga is with us. What up, Stevester? Not much. What's up with you? I'm just looking at some more Katawa Shoujo, and we are in the middle of a very touching scene. With her face trembling against my shoulder, the next words from her mouth are the last I expected. Let me guess, I love you. I knew it! I love you, Hisao. I love you, I love you, I love you, I love you. Don't go away, I beg of you. Never ever go away. I love you, so please. So that's why she's been acting like this. That tender voice when I called her, her thoughtless concern at the slightest pain I might feel. After having been left in Japan without her family and with only Akira, Hanako, and me around, she was afraid of losing yet another person who was close to her. She was genuinely worried for me. Aw, Elsa, I want to hold you and Sakura like this in such a field because you both are so special. Oh, that's so sweet. Subtext, she loves him. Yes, I think we got that. I think we got that. It's a strange feeling, a mix of surprise and sorrow, yet also of the deepest gratitude I think I've ever felt. The only reaction I can muster among my conflicting emotions is a calm sigh. Hisao, you idiot. Hisao? For a fleeting moment, I feel her body become still. The only movement to be felt is the calm afternoon breeze. I said it before, didn't I? It's only natural to feel concerned about those around you. I'm still here, and I'll always be here because I want to see you more each day. To share in your happiness, to support you in your sadness. But most of all, I'll still be here because I want to see your smile, your true smile. Hisao, you are a god. You are this is how you do it. This is how you write a male main character with a disability. This is how you build that up so that Having a moment like this means so much. A single gust of wind rustles the long strands of wheat. A second's silence passes. Hisao, smile when you want to smile, cry when you want to cry. I love you, Lilly, so you don't have to hold back anymore. Sounds like a lot of the stuff that my sweet collie bard has told me often enough. With that, her arms clutch my back as tightly as she can, her face buried beside mine. Her tears fall down my back and she cries unrestrainedly as the last of her resistance melts away. Hisao, Hisao, Hisao! I close my eyes and bring my head down to her shoulder, holding her shaking frame tightly. Oh no! Hold on. I can scooch it up, yeah. Thank you for letting me know. Let me just... Ah, no! Okay, come on, Tiefy, don't... No? Okay, is that good? I tried to do a scooch and my body just decided to do all sorts of things. Also found another lovely VTuber who is looking at Katawa Shoujo. They are also in the demographic. Very, very nice. I want to know about them. I may or may not already be following them. Okay, is that better? Okay. I need to follow them. Okay, I'm gonna see about doing that now. Okay. Yay, okay. I am following them now. So, that's good. And I'm just gonna follow a bunch of their other stuff, because why not? Oh, I already am following them. It's Cyber Seraphim. Very cool. Okay. Very neat. Now I will be notified when they go live next. Next time I see that they are doing their thing. Aw, thank you, Elsa. So that's what they go by on Twitch. Yep, apparently. Because it wasn't until I looked at them on Twitter that I was like, oh, I know them. Hisao, it's okay, Lilly. I'll never go away. I promise. Ah, that was so nice. Okay. We slowly walk back to the house, holding each other tightly. As we take a seat inside, Lilly leans her head on my shoulder as I put my arm around her waist. Neither of us has any want to break the silence. With her eyes shut, it's hard to work out whether she's fallen asleep Not that I mind. The warmth of her body leaning against me, the softness of her hand delicately held in mine. For a long, long time, we sit against one another, sharing our warmth and feelings, as night eventually begins to settle in. Lily's gentle, soft voice ends the silence. Thank you, Hisao. Thank you for returning my feelings. Did you think I wouldn't? There was the possibility. I take a deep breath and thought, that much was my own fault. Hisao, it's funny actually. I was thinking of telling you about my own feelings sometime soon. I guess in that way you saved me the effort. Hisao, oof. That's kind of cute, but that's kind of dorky too, dude. She raises her head a little and gives a tiny amused giggle. I smile at how earnest it is, so girlish in its lightness. She collects herself soon afterward, her hair resting against my shoulder. Feeling a bit better? She gives a small nod. You are thoughtful, Hisao. That's why I like you. Hisao, I'm sorry I'm like this. I love that he says that. As much as I didn't want to make you feel concerned for me, I couldn't do anything to prevent it. Don't apologize for it, says Lily. Please don't. Hisao, Lily? Lily says, have I ever apologized for my blindness, even once? Good point there, Lily. And it's the same way I am with other VTubers with disabilities. I'm like, no, don't ever apologize for your disabilities. Don't ever do that. I love this because no, not once has she ever said, I'm sorry, I'm blind, I'm sorry, I put you through so much effort. I'm blind, I can't do this, I'm sorry. Not once. No. You can't help the way you were born, Hisao. There's no point in apologizing for who you are. She says this with surprising conviction. In the end, this is a very well-written line. In the end, perhaps it was this mentality which spurred her to befriend me in such a short time, in addition to her motherly instincts. Yes, Lily is blind. It's kind of why they have those subtle details of her reaching out to him with her fingers and like wanting to find some presence and some feeling of him. She did seem to become trusting very quickly, but I never questioned why. Now it seems obvious that she did so to help me, as I went through one of the lowest points of my life. I moved to respond but cut myself off as I feel her fingers run gently through my hair. I feel their soft and delicate touch moving downwards to trace the contours of my face, her palm finally settling on my cheek. Lily, you're a beautiful person, Hisao. Please don't ever apologize for that. For a moment, I'm utterly speechless. I slowly bend my head down, placing a tender kiss on her light, voluminous hair. And he goes on to say, we're a couple of right on old fools, aren't we? What? You both are not old or foolish. We are. After a long calm, she speaks again. Hisao? Yes? I wouldn't mind if you... I feel her hand tensing up under mine, trembling slightly. Yeah? Are we about to get a kiss? My mouth opens, but try as I might, I can't formulate a response to her proposition. Are we about to have more than just a kiss? Lilly? Before I can say another word, she slips her hand from under mine and tenderly holds the side of my face once more. Oh, she's about to kiss him! Oh, please. I give a peaceful smile, holding her hand against my cheek as I nod a single time. Okay. As I look into her eyes, she leans toward me. Her delicate lips touch mine as she guides herself with her hand. Oh, we did get a kiss! This is so sweet. She breaks off not a second later, faintly smiling. I love you, Hisao. We kiss again. This time, both of us meeting the other. Yes, I did turn off the, adult scenes. I believe I did, yes. In order to, cast this to Twitch. While the previous kiss was one of love, this one is of lust. Oh my. Wait, I need to check and make sure. We have, okay. I need to make sure that we are not about to get, steamy options. Okay, yes, we have turned off the adult content. Okay, we're good. Yes, it does have adult scenes. It is one of those visual novels. I just have it turned off so that I don't have any of that popping up when I'm on Twitch. I know. Okay. This one is of lust. Our tongues meeting and our breathing heavy. After precious seconds we part, both our faces well and truly flushed. Yeah. It's kind of funny, right? That term is in a game about actual, young women with a variety of disabilities, right? But it's so common. Most people don't think about that. I mean, even though on or off would be just as usable as that term. And Druid says, Tiffy's unsay-so art was nice. Yes. And I had it commissioned because I want to show that even though I'm not always in, arrow mode, I do have an erotic side, I do have a sexual side, but I like to do it tastefully instead of always having that be a possibility, because otherwise I feel like if that's your main vibe, then you end up attracting a certain type of audience. And while I don't have anything against my friends who are lewd tubers or anything like that, I just know that because I'm doing this to raise awareness and kind of use this platform for more social issues more of the time, It's kind of why I don't have a lot of super erotic things all of the time, just so that I can maintain a level of my work that could be viewable by more of the public, as opposed to saying I have completely and totally gone into this 18 plus sphere. Yes, I believe there are five or six main women. Yes, I completely understand that, which is why, yes, I did have those things turned off so that I can do this on Twitch and not have the crusty wizards having an issue with too much of that stuff going on. Yes, so I see Kali has written Shizune, Misha, Hanako, Lilly, Rin, Emmy. Yep. Crusty. Well, I'm sorry, but they can be a little bit inconsistent sometimes with what they are or are not going to, slap you for. Both of us bring our fingers to our lips in unison, recalling that fleeting feeling, rapidly becoming buried both by our urges and bashfulness. Crusty Wizards is my favorite D&D expansion. Way to go. You know what that was? You know what that was also called, right? My misadventures at Candle Keep should have been called Crusty Wizards, the expansion. But anyways, okay. Lily is the first to shift uncomfortably, though, and we're gonna get out of blushy mode now. What is it? Should we? Oh my! Never mind. Should we get more comfortable? Okay. Now that she mentions that this futon would be a bit too narrow to do much on, oh my. Considering the thoughts running through both our minds, it's no small wonder one of us has any measure of foresight left. Oh my. I take her hand and guide her sideways as I move. The brief awkward dance ending with both of us tentatively sitting on the floor opposite each other. Oh my. Yeah? As I reach forward to pull her top up, she stops after she moves her hands to do the same. You're shaking, says Lily. I pause for a moment and look at my hands. Sure enough, they're quivering slightly. Whether it's from nervousness or excitement, I'm not sure. It's from both. A worthy release after all that tension, am I right? Yes? I guess I am. So you're as nervous as I am, then? I withdraw my hands and sigh, steadying myself. We have plenty of time, so there's no need to rush this. Good point! Visual novel, there is no point to rush this, but we've already gotten this far, so, yeah. At least they're not doing it in the wheat field. We don't need a bread recall. Oh, what? Wait, but you could argue that it would impart some more flavor, and that the bread was made with love. Hey Sal, sorry, it's my first time, so I'm a bit, She giggles shakily, all but confirming what I reasonably deduced by now. It's the same for me. I'm happy we could share this together. Oh my. Well, this batch already came with the yeast, so... I was gonna say it, but I let you say it, so it's fine, right? I match her smile twofold, leaning forward and taking her body in my arms as she reaches to hug me back. Oh yeah, they're gonna be doing a lot of hugging. Imagine picking out the seeds. Oh no. Well, that might be a little more difficult here. Hey Sal, I love you, Lilly. You already said that, she says. I can't help grinning. Even in such a situation, she still has her wits about her, kinda like me. That's what the kids are calling it today. Lots of hugging. Yeah. Breaking our embrace, we decide to take off our own clothing. Well, it's easier this way. I don't doubt this is just an attempt to distract ourselves from our nerves. This is so cute, but so awkward too. With slightly stiff hands, which would be me all the time. Passes over some flaming hot Cheetos and sweet drinks. Oh, thank you. On that note, I am gonna take a little sip of something here. I begin to slide the first button out of my shirt. Once we remove the last of our clothes, which end up haphazardly piled behind us, my breath is taken away by the sight in front of me. Yeah. We're about to not see all that beautifulness, but we can imagine it. And okay, we have a random okay. We have a random chinchilla and some squashes, alright? That's fun. Pulsating chinchilla and some squashes, alright. They did the chinchilla, okay. After being awoken by a sound, I open my eyes with a measure of reluctance. Oh no, are they gonna get found out here? By Hanako, who's gonna come walking in and be like, yeah. And she's gonna be like, yeah, what is this? Turning my head to the left, I find the rain outside sweeps against the windows loudly. Spray after wind-blown spray lashes against the glass, as if it's trying its hardest to make up for the summer's previous heat. I sit up in the futon, holding the back of my neck, trying to subdue the pain from my awkward sleeping position. Are we playing the home edition of the Newlywed Game? I don't know. I do know that we just had a very intimate scene that got summed up in a very interesting way, but there you go. By all accounts, I should be lamenting the turn of the weather, given that this is our last day here. The events of yesterday refuse to stop flooding my mind, though. So how can you be upset about a little nasty weather when that's just going to give you more excuse to stay indoors and do some more? The feeling of holding Lily's crying body in my arms, the rush of lust and hormones that flowed through us as we spent the night together, it seems almost futile to try and rationalize everything that happened. Don't rationalize it, just go with it. Just go with it. In an attempt to distract myself, I groan and lean over to retrieve my bag without standing. Pulling out one bottle after another, I take the daily regimen's worth of pills from their containers and swallow them without further ado. It took a surprisingly short amount of time to get used to swallowing pills without water. That said, I suppose the same thing goes for getting used to living in a school for disabled students. Yeah, I think that does sum it up. It's gonna take some time. And yeah, it's gonna be a hard pill to swallow. When you end up in a place like that and you're not used to seeing yourself that way, it's definitely gonna take some time to adjust. Remembering Yamaku, I became all the more grateful for having the chance to get away, even if it's just for the shortest of times. I appreciate the chance to spend time alone with Lilly and Hanako, away from the bustle of school life, even considering the latest complications. I never thought I'd say it, but the idea of living my life away from the city in a nice, tranquil area is an inviting one. It's a thought that barely a year ago would have seemed simply ludicrous. A flash of pink. Oh no. Oh boy. Oh boy. We're about to get something. No doubt Hanako's nightgown peeks around from around the corner. I realize I must look like a sight since I've only just woken up. I slap the remaining pills into my mouth and run a hand through my hair. Hanako says, "Good morning, Hisao." I reply to her, completely forgetting that I'm in the middle of swallowing a particularly large pill. Coughing and sputtering, I violently gag on it. Oh no, sounds like me. Why am I seeing Rob Schneider and one of them Adam Sandler films screaming, "You can do it"? I don't know, but that's great. He's so. After sputtering loudly and tapping my chest a couple of times to force it down, I managed to recover. I'm fine. Sorry, I forgot I was swallowing. I don't understand how people can do that either. It's not a very comfy experience. Hanako says, "Sorry, I didn't mean to," and then she's probably gonna notice where Lilly is, right? I hold my hand up, gesturing for Hanako to stop. I gagged. It's my fault. Morning, Hanako. She pauses a moment before bowing in reply. Well, alright then. Walking, no, staggering behind Hanako is the familiar figure of Lilly, also dressed in her pajamas. With her eyes full of sleep and her hair bedraggled, she's a sight to behold. I guess they conveniently are like, no, Nope, she already got her pajamas on. Nothing to see here. Hi, Lilly. Good morning, Hisao. For a while, a silence hangs in the air as neither of us knows what to do. Given what happened last night, we both have more than enough reason to be finding the situation awkward. Just how are we meant to react to meeting each other after something like that? The best course of action would probably be to talk to Lilly alone to set things in order. But first, breakfast, right? Girl, you be looking bedraggled today. But first, we're gonna have breakfast because we can't have a conversation like that on an empty stomach. Nope. Lilly evidently catches on to my train of thought. I'll help. Hanako, could you set the table? She nods, her head disappearing into a cupboard as she quickly goes about her assigned task. I rub a little more sleep out of my eyes as I wander over to the fridge and take out some milk. And Lilly grabs various brightly colored boxes from some of the lower cupboards to my side. While we make the rather bland-looking meal, I whisper somewhat more quietly than usual. Knowing Lily's hearing, she won't have any trouble catching what I say. Are you okay, Lilly, after last night? She gives a delicate nod, her expression weak. Though her tiredness surely plays a part, she seems genuinely unsure about what's happened between us and how to move ahead. I can't say I blame her, considering my feelings are the same. I'm sorry, Hisao. I wasn't thinking straight yesterday. I never stopped to consider you or Hanako. I even went as far as... Oh dear, here we go. I do love how classy Lily's clothes are. I love those pajamas. You know, I might think about getting an alternate set of pajamas to wear that are kind of maybe more like that. Because I think those are pretty sexy too. She's winding herself up, with her hands and voice both tightening. I give her a gentle bump to try to lighten up the situation. You don't have to apologize. I said I liked you as well, after all. But Yes, you had sex with him. Big deal. As her composure begins to falter, it becomes obvious there's no alternative. Turning to Lilly, I gently embrace her tall frame. She offers no resistance at all, thankfully pulling back just from the edge of her emotions. Despite our reassuring embrace, lasting only a matter of seconds, I notice Hanako wordlessly watching. The plate in her hand hovers inches above the table, her action halted midway by the sight. Ooh! And Unlimited says, sorry TV, I gotta get ready for work. I'll catch the VOD when it hits YouTube. It's probably gonna be a bit before it goes up on YouTube, probably like a week or two. But the VOD will be here for a while, and I am gonna make a highlight of it to make sure it stays around. So probably an easier place to watch it would be here on Twitch. But yes, I will be putting it on YouTube as well. Have a good night. The clatter of utensils against plates is the only sound to be heard as we silently eat. Whereas before only two of us may have been unsure of ourselves, the entire situation has changed. After weeks of blissful friendship, whiling away the days with shared meals and chatter with little meaning, the relationship of Lilly and me, no, that of all of us, has irreversibly changed. That's a good point, and I'm glad that the visual novel is bringing it up, is saying, like, a relationship, even if it's between two people, there are always other people involved, and it will change the dynamic of that relationship. It's alright, you don't need to be sorry. I'm just letting you know that it's gonna be on Twitch for a little bit. And that I am gonna make sure to make a highlight so it will be available for even longer. But there's no need to apologize. I can't take this. Uh-oh. Lilly? She solemnly nods, gently laying her spoon onto the plate in front of her. Neither of us knows exactly how we regard each other, let alone how Hanako would view us. This might seem abrupt, but I've confessed to Hisao. For a moment, Hanako looks almost confused. Precisely the reaction I'd thought she would have. She eventually nods, her spoon still in her mouth as she does. And Hanako says rather directly, "Did you accept?" "I did." She gives a smile so large and so earnest, I find myself blushing. This is amazing. I love that they kind of went with this direction. I'm kind of surprised. That's the brightest I've ever seen her expression look. Then I'm happy. I'm really, really happy. I'm sorry for not telling you anything about it before, says Lilly. Things have been... Hanako shakes her head from side to side, empathetically, apparently forgetting in her rush that Lilly couldn't possibly notice. She begins fiddling with her fingers, looking a little more nervous than she did before. Hanako, to be honest, I began to think you might like each other a while ago. At first, I didn't really know what to think about it, but I decided in the end that if my friends are happy, then I'm happy. This is so wonderful. I love this. I was really glad to have another friend when we met Hisao, so you finding love through him is even better, right? A feeling of relief at her acceptance of our relationship falls over me like a wave. The same happens to Lilly, judging by her expression. Lilly, thank you, Hanako. I really appreciate you being so understanding. Lilly's voice still sounds slightly apologetic, or at least unsure. This doesn't escape Hanako, who appears lost in thought for a few moments before turning to me. Hanako, Hisao, do you mind if Lilly and I go outside for a bit? Hisao, no, feel free. And this is the tenderness and the emotional awareness that makes this VN what it is. That people are actually mature enough to go slowly with these kinds of things and to confront and actually demonstrate these conversations needing to be had and being handled responsibly. Lilly says, Hanako? Hanako gets up from her seat, taking Lilly's hand and almost dragging her from the table in her excitement. Considering Lily's typically slow and steady pace, Hanako's haste makes her footing awkward, and she almost loses her balance a couple of times. It's a pretty amusing sight, leaving me wordless as I watch them disappear out the door. It's only now that I realize the rain has stopped, being replaced by a sky seemingly all the more vivid and bright, to make up for the morning's drab gray expanse. For Hanako, this must be a pretty big revelation. Lily and I are really the only people she associates with, almost as if we were her parents in her own stead. Interesting, considering that we don't know much about Hanako's parents, although we do know that they are fairly kind of absent, I suppose you could say. I suppose that might well be the best way to describe the relationship we share. A father, mother, and a daughter all playing around in our little make-believe family as if it could last forever. It might be a strange dynamic, and one that certainly can't last for long, but maybe, just for this one small moment, it's okay. As I stand from the table and go to join Lily and Hanako in the fields outside, I nod to myself in affirmation. This one small moment of happiness, no matter how brief, will last with me, with all of us forever. And I agree with that. They are better parents, quote unquote, than Aoi and Ageha are to Kotori because she doesn't need parents. And they kind of force that role on themselves. But I think it's alright here given that Hanako doesn't really have that kind of stability. And I would definitely take Hisao and Lily over those two any day. And I'm gonna take a drink of something really quick here. Submerged in deep hot water, I let a drawn-out sigh escape my lips. The feeling of seemingly every muscle in my body relaxing is euphoric. Ah, yes. I can relate. I love being able to soak in hot water, which is really what I was wanting to do when I was gonna go on that vacation and go and do all that hot spring stuff that didn't end up working out. But yes. Just thinking about being in hot water and just soaking. Amazing. Especially because my muscles are so tight most of the time. It's really nice when I have the opportunity to actually soak. Because most of the time, at least IRL, most of the time I don't get to enjoy much of a big bath. Because it just, it takes more effort. I have no idea how long it's been since I had a genuine hot bath, but right now I can hardly be bothered trying to remember. Though I still want to see Shizune, Misha, Route, and the others. Me too, absolutely. Maybe I'm giving the simple fact that for once I get to have a real bath more credit than it's due. The chance just to calm down, to allow myself to unwind and have some time to myself is a welcome one. Hanako, Lily, and I wandered about outside exploring the extent of the surprisingly large tract of land surrounding the house. We then spent the majority of the afternoon resting, watching television, reading, and playing cards. It might not have been the most exciting finale to the trip, but such tranquil peacefulness is something to savor. Even after we return to school tomorrow, I think I'll remember this little house in Hokkaido for a long time. It's a pity we only have a couple more hours to spend here before going to get the train back. All I can do is yawn contentedly while I watch the steam slowly rising from the clear water's placid surface, my eyes eventually looking onto the ceiling. Our exams are imminent. I've barely studied at all for them. On top of that, I don't even know what I'll do after graduation. Passing exams is all well and good, but to what end? Also, now of all times, I'm getting into a relationship. That's you and Kali for some people, you know. That doesn't surprise me. We are kind of like that for quite a few people. Yeah, and I have a bath I can use, but it's just because it takes more effort and more support. I don't do it very often, but I really need to go have some time to soak. Hisao, what the hell am I doing? I guess I shouldn't think like that. What's done is done, and maybe this could be viewed as just another aspect of my new life that I'm working on. Good job! I love this. I love this so much. I love that this is how it chooses to handle these things. Instead of being like, oh my goddess, what am I gonna do? I love how he just rolls with it and says, you know what? This is just a new aspect of my new life, and I'm gonna figure it out. One little piece at a time. I enjoy being with Lilly, and there's more to life than school and a career after all. As I busily attempt to rationalize all that's happened, I hear a series of raps on the door. I pick myself up, sit upright, trying to figure out the source. 3. No more, no less. Light yet assertive in their tapping, and timed regularly enough to tune a metronome. I'd be extremely surprised if that wasn't Lilly. It's probably why we designed the Minecraft bathing area the way we did, yep. Lilly, may I come in? Oh my goodness. Also, we just got a raid. Thank you, Nikki, for the raid. Yeah, it's Lilly. I'm still in the bath. I'll be out in a sec. I know. Oh, does she want to see him in the bath? Does she want to get in the bath with him? Nikki, Drago Huggy attack. Yay! Thank you so much. So much for alone time. Well, hey, it's technically his girlfriend now, so, you know. The voice coming from the other side of the door freezes me. After a second's thought, I rest on the side of the bath and let my arms dangle over the side. Despite trying my best to play it off, I can't help letting my mind wander. Ooh? Sure, come in. I hope your stream was a good one. With that, she opens the door, slowly walking into the room and closing it behind her. She looks oddly calm, countering my racing heart. Hey, Lilly. Do you mind if I take a bath with you? Yeah. Oh my god, is that so cute? I don't mind. Go ahead. Ooh, I'm taking a bath. Ooh, this is nice. We're probably not gonna get to see it. Because I have the adult stuff turned off, but ooh. With a small nod, she begins to lift her sweater off her shoulders, baring her chest little by little. Yeah. Hisao, I can do that for you if you like. Oh, what a prince! I love this. I love this so much. Oh no, shot down. Lilly refused. Why? Her face shows that she's still not overly comfortable with letting me attend to her. I can't say I blame her. Well, at least he asked. She continues undressing, her shirt and skirt falling to the floor, and leaving her in her white lace bra and panties. Ooh. Why do I feel like Tiefy will be replaying this chapter alone? For research purposes? No granny panties! No, Druid, no. No granny panties. Okay. Eventually, she stands bare in the center of the room. I still have to sleep on the darn floor for the next 1 to 2 days. Oh no! I'm sorry to hear that. Tiefy, just plead the fifth. I could do that. Yes. Where am I? Okay. And alright, we get some cantaloupe. Nice. Okay. Alright. We got some melons. I can see it being played with a few twerks. Yeah, I can see that too. Okay, blushy time is over with. And we're in another chapter. After a chaotic dash to the station and finding our seats in the otherwise deserted carriage, we promptly crashed. Looking at the time, close to midnight, it's a little, it's little surprised that few take this particular train. That's some yummy fruit, literally, I know, right? Hanako is fast asleep on Lily's shoulder, and I can barely muster the energy to stay awake. The excitement we had a while ago probably didn't help. You know what I also love that they do here? That they allow Hisao to have sex and not necessarily make the whole dialogue about like, oh my goddess, I don't have a heart enough healthy for sexual activity. I actually love that they don't go that way with this. I actually love that they don't really bring that up so much to make too much drama out of it. I love that they're actually able to let him have intimacy without necessarily being too over concerned with, oh my goddess, my heart. In this particular case, I actually like that they don't put a lot of emphasis on that. I can't believe this started on 4chan of all places. Neither can I, but you know, It just goes to show that when given a challenge to make something different, it just goes to show that if your head and your heart are in the right place, you can make something that is both like sexy and informative and accurate and conscientious without saying, oh, we're just doing this for the sexy bits. So it doesn't matter how we do X, Y, and Z. This proves that you can have sexy and you can have a well-written story and you can have positive representation. And I love how they're just comfy. I'm sure he will help me with some of that later. I'm sure he will. I'd probably be pretty depressed about going back to school if my brain was actually working. As it is though, the sight of the nighttime scenery scrolling by is surprisingly beautiful. My loud yawn is nearly wholly drowned out by the clacking of the train tracks and the old carriages rattling. So tired. And Lilly just says, and whose fault is that, Esau? She really does toe the line between insulting and amusing sometimes, though I manage to wring out a weary smile. I look back out the window, my reflection just visible on the clear pane. Truth be told, she's perfectly correct. If it weren't for that little interlude, a few hours ago, both of us would have a lot more energy. On top of that, we both had to take another bath. Oh my. Another bath. Very nearly making us late for the train's departure. Oh no. It's okay, Nikki. Don't worry about it. It's fine. His out. Yeah, it was mine. Still, getting in the bath with a guy is a dangerous thing to do. Ooh. See, now that's the sexy way to do it. That's sexy right there is what that is. Evidently. Sorry. I guess I kind of took advantage of the situation back there. I'm sure you took a lot of an advantage when it came to things back there, Hisao. Well, I didn't exactly hate it. As she trails off, I look back to her. My eyes narrow as I see her slightly reddened cheeks and a small grin. Her mind obviously somewhere. Obviously. Say it. I knew the possibility of it happening was there. I knew it. You're just as dirty-minded as I am. I love this. I'm going to lurk so I can get a shower before bedtime. Absolutely. Go take your shower. Go take care of yourself. I'll be here reading and doing my thing. She quickly coughs into her free hand, making her disapproval crystal clear. And Lilly, that's a rather crude way of putting it. Hisao. Oh, and what would you suggest, my dear? Lilly says, I merely have a healthy adolescent sex drive. Tiffy has 2 horns on her head. She's horny. Yes, I am. What of it, Druid? other words, says Hisao, dirty-minded. Nice. Almost seeming to sense the moment, Hanako mumbles quietly as she furrows her brow in Lily's lap. Lily's look of disapproval melts away as she gently smiles and strokes her hand on Hanako's long dark hair. All I can do is watch and smile. If someone were to ask me when I fell in love with her, I wouldn't be able to answer. The best I'd be able to come up with is it just happened at some point, but I didn't realize it. Mistress is not the only one though. Nope. Nikki has horns too. She's a Drago. And so does Kali. Kali has horns too. Big ones. He's got big horny energy. I'm just saying. Right, Kali? If someone were to ask me why I love her, though, then I can answer much more easily. Hisao says, you really love Hanako, don't you? She gives a deep nod, smiling warmly. It's a pity we have to return to school. She seems to relax so much while we were all away. We're gonna talk about Hanako, but before that, we are gonna save. We're gonna save so that we can make a new choice, perhaps at some point. We're gonna talk about Hanako, because that's where this seems to be leaning. So we're going to do this. Hisao, I wouldn't worry. Hanako's been getting confidence thanks to you. At least for as long as I've known you two. You're not wrong, though I do my best to keep it tame. You do. And you do a fairly good job. She gives a self-depreciating sigh. I think I merely provided her with company and support. And sometimes that's the most important thing. Since she came to know you, she's opened much more, even to me. I get the feeling that she's understating her influence on Hanako, especially given that before the two came to know each other, Hanako had no friends to speak of. He's constantly throwing save rolls. Yep, he is. The friends I'd had in my previous school fulfilled what I'd have expected of them. For the most part, simply being there for idle chatter. But with Hanako and Lilly, there really feels to be more to their relationship. Oh, he rolled. And he got a 10 and a 14. And those added, I don't know why they did that. They shouldn't have done that, but okay. I guess, Kali, we will need to fix that before I have D&D time. You rolled a 5. What were you trying to save against, Rose? A part of me envies it, but another can't ignore the fact that the school year will eventually end after graduation. I really have no idea what Hanako will do. This trip has shown me just how much we've all come to depend on one another. Indeed, we're all going to have to make decisions. Maybe that's the reason why, despite our return to school, also heralding a return to normalcy of everyday life, I can't help feeling a little restless. Emotions. Oh dear. Then it seems like you are going to be overcome with your emotions. And we'll need to see if you can make the save again. Yes, we do roll for those a lot. So that you can't always just say, well, I feel this way. Because sometimes emotions are erratic, as sometimes they can't be controlled or predicted. Oh, you rolled a 2. You are still gonna be feeling those emotions. On the bright side, it won't take long for the summer holidays to arrive after our exams are finished. We can come back here during the summer holidays if you want, says Hisao. For a moment she thinks on the notion, her face becoming somewhat distant. I can only guess she's reflecting on all that's happened here. I give up. So you surrender to your emotions. And what do you do once you surrender to them? Do you begin to process them, think over them? Or do you simply let them be? Or do you let yourself be consumed by them? That would be good, I think. I nod approvingly, smiling at her. Summer together with Lilly. This idea seems like the perfect way to spend our holiday. And it seems like we are getting into another chapter, Act 4, Future. And I love those little bookmarks. After the excitement of our trip to Hokkaido, it seems strange to be right back to the usual daily routine so soon. Indeed, it feels like a normal day, the same as any other. Playing this story out like a D&D game. Well, I'm kind of playing with Rose and Collie a little bit. Guess I will be consumed. In a good way or a bad way. I'm gonna have you make an intelligence saving roll to see how much your mind is gonna be consumed along with your emotions. And whether you have the mental fortitude to process those emotions. Well, that's what I'd like to think anyway. To tell the truth, the atmosphere of the entire class, no, the entire school, has changed. While an undercurrent of subdued trepidation has previously pervaded the class, now that the exams are in sight, it's boiled over into frantic studying rarely seen otherwise. One day until the exams start, it's horrific really, that instead of studying we went and wasted our trip up north. We were such model students too. We won't know what the result is, but I would say with that 16, you will do fairly well. You might have a few moments where you are sort of mentally unable to get through some things, but I would say overall, you are likely going to emerge victorious. I'm gonna do a roll of my own because I can to see about the outcome or the general atmosphere. Let's go. Very nice. So my outcome roll of 17 says that you will encounter some difficulty in processing through some of your emotions. But in general, you will find yourself mentally strong enough to kind of parse through your feelings and get a sense of what's going on with you rather than being at the mercy of those emotions or getting into a negative headspace. And I love that look on Misha. Glancing around the class, even the bubbly, energetic Misha seems oddly deflated. She sits at her desk, nervously chewing a pen while Muto lectures from the front of the class. And that is totally fine, Druid, if you need to go take the doggo out again. I appreciate you being here for as long as you could be. Take good care of that doggo. And be safe, please. Wait, on closer inspection, I do believe she is eating it. I'm sorry, what? Don't eat your pens. Did you notice the comment about your spicy pick? Well, yes, if it was the one about the art being, like, good, yes, I did respond to that. If it was up earlier, yes, I did. But let me go back up just to make sure. Yeah, I believe I did. And why did my glasses come off? This is serious business. We need them. Tearing my eyes away from the sorry spectacle, I turned my attention elsewhere. Hanako sits frantically scribbling in her notebook, her face mere inches away from the page, seemingly trying to record every word that leaves Muto's mouth. Shizune as well, Shizune, cool as a cucumber. She sits diligently taking notes with her attention wholly focused on the front of the class. I do need a TV glasses emote. I need one. I need it. Truth be told, it's what I should be doing as well, if not for the fact I feel like I have a pretty good handle on what's been covered already. I wonder how Lily's doing. While she does have a good head on her, she has plenty on her plate, unlike me. Her class representative duties, taking care of Hanako, her other social contracts, her extra English studies. That girl really does take on a lot. Sounds kind of like me. The lunchtime bell rings, a sigh of relief from the whole class, Muto being no exception. I get the feeling he much prefers the more laid-back atmosphere of his normal classes to the frantic pace of exam preparation we're subjected to. And yes, also a Tiefy note emote, for sure. I'm wondering if I would date Misha or Lilly. That's a good question, and I would say why not? Why not see how you like either of them? Misha has pink hair though, and I like her personality. Well, there you go. Hee-chan! Help me! I lower my eyelids to half mast, making clear my intention of doing quite the opposite. Help me, help me, help me! not going well? Shi-chan's going to be fine, but I think I might die. Am I going to die, Hee-chan? Will you let me die from all this work? How maudlin, given that she's neither the brightest student in the class nor the most diligent. It isn't a great surprise that she's finding it hard to cope with the workload. Oh, oof. I know people like this, unfortunately. I like Misha's energy a lot too, and her willingness to assist Shizune, so I'm gonna definitely be looking forward to getting more on their routes and seeing what happens. Hisao, sorry Misha, but I've got my own work to do. I thought you and Shizune would be studying together over the long weekend anyway? Studying's too boring and to waste a holiday on, Hee-chan. Shopping together was much more fun, wasn't it, Shi-chan? It's only now that I realize Shizune has been looking over at us, and that Misha's arms have been moving likely all this time. I must be really zoned out not to have noticed. Oh no, Misha. Oh no, this sounds like a lot of people that I knew in school. Hisao, what is with girls and shopping anyway? Even Lilly and Hanako have dragged me out with them a couple of times. Misha says, but you win anyway. It's so rare to see a guy that likes going shopping. Hisao, well, my role would probably be best described as packed mule. I can't say I share your enthusiasm about the experience. I love that. That's true. Shopping might mean you might get some stuff. Hisao, back to the exams. You studied after you got from the days off, didn't you, Shizune? Of course, Hee-chan. It's only sensible to study in the days before. Misha makes a sound vaguely similar to a dying cow as she realizes her folly and unceremoniously flops onto her desk, betrayed even by her best friend. Judging from Shizune's quite frustrated look at Misha, she probably told her to study as she did. Hisao, don't worry, you can still gain some grades if you start studying now. Nice. Very cool, Black Rose. Very nice. Hisao says maybe. Misha does not seem overly amused. It seems the bubbly balloon of everlasting cheerfulness has been cruelly popped. I found that out the hard way. 0 out of 10. Do not recommend. Oh no. Yeah, that's not the way to go about it for sure. I can get an idea. Shizune's signing goes unnoticed by the moping Misha, earning her a quick poke in the shoulder. It barely takes a moment for Misha to get back into form. Oh, so what did you do over the weekend, Hee-chan? Oh, dear. Oh my goddess, okay. Hisao just took a trip up north with Lilly and Hanako. It was pretty nice. I see both of them narrowing their eyes at me, their minds surely in the gutter. The fact that their suspicions are founded makes the situation all the more awkward. Oh no. Yeah. Hisao says, we just studied and went sightseeing. Sure, there was a lot of studying and sightseeing, but not for class. There's nothing more to it. After such a flagrant lie, I realized that it might not have been the best step, considering Shizune's connections and her total lack of restraint when it comes to questioning someone she suspects of telling untruths. I really have no idea how she's gonna take it, but she'll find out eventually anyway. It isn't as if it's really her business whom I date in any case. Hisao, and yes, Lilly and I are going out now. Ooh, nice. I love that boldness. He's just like, yep, I'm going out with her now. I'm not gonna let you speculate about it. So what? While Misha receives the news with an enthusiastic smile, Shizune gives a look of mild surprise, somewhat masked by her cool demeanor. Whoever you date is your business. I hope you two go well together. Misha gives a look that says that this is the most quarter I could possibly receive on the matter. It's all I wanted, really. She does kind of give Comey vibes, but she's a lot more cool and a lot more like aloof, I would say. With the... Yes. Yes, she should. She can't speak. But it's kind of interesting when you compare that with Comey, who I would say has like a bit of an anxiety disorder that makes her unable to communicate verbally in that way. She can technically, but because of the way the anxiety works, it's kind of like it's kind of a different issue, but it kind of has some, I would say it has some similarities, even if it's more of like a anxiety or that kind of thing. After she says this, though, Shizune begins to sign something else, then stops herself and shakes her head at Misha to prevent her from translating. Ooh. Normally, I think this is strange enough, but the awkward casual wave Shizune gives before walking off with Misha in tow adds to my confusion. Shizune is hardly the kind of person to pull a punch or communicate without forethought. Interesting. I shrug my shoulders at the duo's odd behavior and look towards Hanako's desk, but I see that her chair is empty. She was definitely here before, so I guess she just didn't feel like waiting. Yes, she is the class rep, and Komi is also the class rep, I believe. So that's another similarity between them. I'll go grab some food alone then. Ooh, okay. Kind of an interesting turn of events. Walking down the hallway to the unused room that's become a second home to three students in particular, I mournfully look down at the plastic wrapped salad roll and juice box in my hand. Oh wait, Shizune is the student council prez, yes. So that is slightly different. The cafeteria's food is really unappetizing. Maybe I'll consider this my penance for my recent indiscretions. There is nothing wrong with having sex. Okay, you were on vacation. You realized you have a girlfriend now. There is nothing wrong with having sex on vacation. You're an adult. It's been a while. Forgive me. It's okay, Collie. I'm gonna give head pats to Chad. It's okay. My memory is sometimes not the greatest. It's fine. And see, that's the other thing. It's like when you have to live life with disabilities of your own, I think that it gives you an opportunity to learn patience with other people who may or may not be struggling with, disabilities or other things themselves, It's okay. No biggie. Opening the door, I noticed one less quiet figure than I'd expected. Oh, okay, interesting. Well, this is kind of bittersweet. So, it used to be the three of us. Hisao, Hanako, and Lilly. And now because we're dating, Hanako has decided she needs to find something else to do. So that we can be like a couple during lunch. That's where I'm going. It's strange, despite having known Lilly for months, I can't help thinking back to the very first time I opened this door and saw her silently sitting in the sunlight. Just as she did then, she slowly opens her eyes, unmoving as they are, and calmly addresses me. Good morning, Hisao. It's afternoon, I think. Hisao says, has Hanako been around? She skittered out of class without me even noticing. Lilly cradles her cheek thoughtfully as I take a seat, my bag taking its place against the closest leg of the table, and my unsatisfying meal set neatly out in front of me. She did appear for a time. She said she had to study for the upcoming exams and left for the library. Well, that too, but I think she's using that as honestly an excuse. Right, because she does know the two of you are dating now. So she is gonna be kind of like, well, I don't want to be the third wheel. Welcome back, Druid. Good to see ya. We find ourselves not entirely believing her words. Hisao, well, at least her intentions are in the right place. She's sweet, but she needn't go this far to let us have our space. I might talk to her about it sometime. Hisao, probably for the best. Yeah, because, they are still all friends. And while I can appreciate that she wants to give them their alone time, it's also like, we're still friends with you. And you don't need to feel like you need to shoo yourself away. For a while we quietly eat our meals, Lilly elegantly nibbling on her sandwiches and sipping her tea, as I eat what tastes like a garden sandwich in dry dough. Hey, a salad roll sounds pretty good right about now. The atmosphere feels slightly strained, neither of us knowing quite what to say to each other now that our small talk has dried up. Eventually, we both finish our food with no conversation forthcoming for quite some time. Eventually, though, Lily's soft voice breaks the silence. A lot happened back there, didn't it? Again, silence. With both our minds on the same topic, though, I think I have my feelings on that sorted out. I know everything happened in kind of a hurry, but I don't regret anything that happened in Hokkaido, not one thing. And I'm gonna stop the headbats on chat in case anyone would like to have that as a redeemable thing. Lily. Hey, Sal. Slightly tense, I take her hand in mine. Have to feel her, have to settle my own nerves. I stand by my words back there, Lily. I love you and I won't leave you. I only wish for you to think the same. She silently reflects for a long time, which feels like an eternity. Her reverie comes to an end when she takes one hand from mine, placing it over them as she leans her body forward and stands out of her chair. After a moment's hesitation, her face slightly pensive, her lips meet mine for a brief moment. Ooh, kissing time. My mind feels as if it briefly stopped at that moment, barely registering Lily sitting back in her chair and smiling back at me with ever so slightly reddened cheeks. Hearing that makes me very happy, Hisao. I would be glad to stay with you. Aww, this is so sweet. Maybe it would be good to slow things down a bit compared to before. We still have school after all, and our exams. Well, I think that's responsible for sure. And I think Lily will understand, but still I don't want this to feel like, oh, that's gonna put a damper on, things, but it's fair. She gives a mischievous chuckle, which proves to be contagious. I love that. That's cute. That might be a good idea indeed. Yep, keeping the mind on the books, not anything else, Lily says, do you think you'll fare well in your exams? It's one day until they arrive, as you say. I probably should have studied more, but I think I got a good enough head to manage. That said, I had to bat off Misha and Shizune. Is your class as worried about the exams as mine? I know, I love Lily's thoughtfulness. It's one of the reasons that I chose her as the first young woman I wanted to play through the story of, because I identified very much with her thoughtfulness and her grace and her eloquence. Curious, Tiefy, would you have your model papa make adjustments to your suit if he had the time? Yeah, I would. And Druid says, if I made a Morrowind dating sim, I would have a customization that allows you to make Kalibaba and TV. That's cool. I would also like, just a skin so that I could ride around on my disc, so that when any possible thieves came by, I could just hover right into them and be like, nope, you're not taking my money or my life. You're not taking either. Maybe have a set like Lily's. Yeah? I mean, that'd be pretty cool. I love that emote. I'm gonna have to get TV eyes. TV just... She lets out an exasperated sigh, all but confirming it. I'm thankful for the atmosphere becoming a bit lighter. Lily, I think so. I've already been asked for help by 2 of my classmates. Ugh, sounds like me. They're always like, Tiefy, we need help studying, please. We waited till the last minute, please. We need your help. Please, goddess. And then I had to be, oh, okay, fine. I'll help you study. And there'll no doubt be more, of course. Nothing extreme, just very Lily elegant, of course. Someone is in for some hurting if they hurt Tiefy and Sleepy, I know. I can tell you, as her mama, ooh, if anybody messes with my baby, no. It's gonna be a bad day if anyone makes Sakura unfluffy for any reason. They're gonna be dealing with me. Hisao says, think of it as your first training in being a teacher, maybe? I know, right? With all the tutoring and all the, wisdom giving I've done in my life, I practically am a teacher. And I think, Elsa, you would not be the only one who would be like, what did you do? You would not be the only one that would be like, what did you do? Who do I need to banish into the abyss? Lily, that'd probably be a good way to think of it. On that note, how are you faring in your English studies? I remember it was far from your strongest subject, and the few sentences you memorized to speak to my mother aren't likely to help. Oh. Well, maybe the 2 of you can study together and wink, wink, nudge, nudge. That could be effective to get a couple of things done at the same time, if you know what I mean. Damn, right on the mark. Yep, also like me. Hisao, you got me. If you don't mind, would you be able to possibly help in that regard? Please? Of course she's gonna help you. You're her boyfriend. Of course she's gonna help you. Just like how I helped Kali. A lot. I helped him study and write papers a lot. And other things. Learning dirty words to say in English. I could see that too. Yeah, I don't think that's gonna be on the test. Lily, of course, says it would be my pleasure to help you, Hisao. But in exchange... Oh, Yo-Yo? What's happening? In exchange what? Ooh? She lowers her eyebrow at me, her coquettish nature tentatively coming to the fore. No problem at all. You'd probably be better off with some help in your studies, though. Oh my. She beams a smile at me, one of girlish victory. Then nearly makes me blush. Forget nearly, I'm already blushing. Forget about it. I get the feeling she's aware of how to use her face to twist my judgment. So I should probably be more on my guard. Here and now, though, a study group seems like an expedient way for both of us to shore up our more lacking skills. Well then, we might be doing more than studying English. We might be studying biology too. The school bell rings out exactly at that moment, reminding us that time isn't going to stand still. Hiss out. Lunchtime's over already. It sure is easy to lose track of time here, of course. Lily, this room's so far from the other clubs and activities, not much sound can reach us. That's probably most of the reason why. Sure. And not the fact that you're now alone with your boyfriend. Oh, that's what the kids are calling it now. Biology. Darn, those kids are fast with the new word. Oh, no. A place far from all the others, alone with just one person whom she loves. As Lily stands and collects her bag and cane, my thoughts are cast back to the time we spent in Hokkaido. Lily, before we go, Akira and I are having a homecoming party in my room tomorrow. Will you be able to come? I'm sure he will. I'm sure there will be no problem in him doing that. And back again. I hiss out. My schedule is free, so I should be able to make enough room in my study time to make it. Good to hear, hiss out. For what it's worth, I'm glad you're back from Scotland. Once exams are over, we should have some more time to ourselves. Lily, holidays start soon after, too. Hiss out. We can start the holidays with Tanabata then, just as we promised at the school festival. She brings her hand to her cheeks and laughs slightly nervously, recalling the event as I silently thank myself for managing to remember. It seems odd to see her react in such a way, though it's not like I never saw her embarrassed before. I'd better be going. Farewell, Hisao. Bye. Whether it's out of habit or just a stubborn desire for one small fragment of normality, I hold my hand up in farewell, just as I always do. At least I'm consciously aware that I'm doing it now. I think I'm beginning to see a bigger picture than I ever had before, not only with Lily, but also with my life ahead. The chains of my past are finally breaking. Okay, I think, Lords, Ladies, and Magic Initiates, I think I'm gonna attempt to get through at least one more section, because I'm interested to see where this next part is going, so we'll at least try to do one more little section, maybe another after that if this one is short. But it all kinds of depends on how long these next sections are. Walking up the now slightly more familiar corridor of the girls' dormitories, I can hear The faint sound of laughter coming from up ahead. Stock Hall's pod. Well, you know, it's not the most custom art stuff, but at least the story actually carries its weight in this one. So if the story's good, I will take some stock backgrounds. Because to me, at least, the character development and the story is making up for it. What do you mean you're gonna need to rename the video if it's not close to the end? What? What happened? Did I miss something? Hold on. No, it seems fine. I mean, I didn't necessarily say that it was gonna... Oh, okay. Well, hey, Collie, let's see what we can do. Let's bust it out. Let's see what we can do. Why not? Let's do it. Let's see what happens. Although that might... I don't know how long that's gonna be, though, is the thing. But we'll see. It doesn't take long to identify the source as Lily's room. But the deep timbre of the female voice unmistakably belongs not to her, but to her sister. Again, still love that. Busted out, you say? Yup. I mean, we've been holding on to this long enough. It's time that we at least complete something, because there are other routes in this visual novel after all. I wrap my knuckles on the door with the usual 3 light taps, and I'm gonna hydrate here. My hand barely retreating as the door swings open. Oh, hey! It's the bois. It's the hotness. Akira. Hey, Hisao. What up, dude? Hisao. Hey. Hello, Lilly? Hanako? Cuteness. Hanako looks up tentatively, her hands buried in her oversized pink nightgown. From her side, Lilly turns toward the direction of my voice and smiles. It would be a flagrant lie to say I dislike the sight of her in those pajamas. Ada. I don't blame you, Hisao. Those are some nice looking pajamas. I catch Akira giving me a sidelong look with a knowing grin. Oh, oh my goddess! I've seen that look on my auntie before. I've seen that look like, hey, I know what you're thinking. To which I reply with a sharp glare. Ooh. She takes the hand, shrugs, and walks back to the low table in the center of the room. As I go to join her, Lilly gives me a nod of greeting and starts pouring me a cup of tea. It's nice to see you again, Hanako. You've been getting around recently. a look of concentration as the light brown liquid, carefully measured by her finger as always, flows from the teapot into the cup. It seems Hanako has taken up helping one of the people in your class with the newspaper club. Naomi, I think, says Lilly. Hanako gives an affirmative nod. Even after spending about 2 months in class, I still have trouble remembering the names of those students I rarely talk with. It takes me a few mental contortions to connect the name with a face, but I eventually remember the girl that sits behind Hanako in the back of the class. Naomi Inoue, a fairly average-looking girl, except for her bleached blonde hair. Given her upbeat and straightforward personality, Naomi may have seen an opening to poach Hanako for her club when she inquired about joining one. Either way, it's nice to see Hanako broadening her horizons. When I first met her, the idea of her joining a club with anyone but Lilly would have seemed utterly laughable. And let's go ahead and do that posture check really quick. Shake out. Stretch. There we go. Yes, she does. She has huge head fatness. You just want to go give all the pats. And on that note of head pats, I actually could go about doing that. I just have to conjure it. So I'm gonna conjure a mage hand. It's probably gonna be in a weird position, but let's go. Okay. Mage hand, no. Come down over here, please. Over here and pet the Hanako. There we go. There we go. Now that looks right. Now she's getting some head pats. And maybe a shoulder pat for the bois. Shoulder pats. There you go. This satisfies me good. Good. Alright. We're gonna dismiss that mage hand. It's done its job. Hisao says that explains how busy you've been. Enjoying it? It's really interesting. As always, Hanako's far from being talkative. Some things never change, and it seems that Hanako's personality is one of them. She'll likely always be one to shy away from being overly social. And headpads for me. Okay, let's do it. Headpads for me, thank you. Okay. Warned by the sound of crockery against the table, as Lilly gently places my drink in front of me, I thank her and take a long sip. Hanako and Lilly are attending to their own, and Akira is quaffing a mug of strong-smelling black coffee. Sounds like my auntie. She's just over there swigging it. My auntie also drinks a lot of coffee. Akira. You're a lucky bastard, Hisao. Yep, also sounds like something my auntie would say. Hisao, huh? I can't help grimacing at her teasing smile, still visible around the edges of the mug pressed to her lips. Akira, seeing my sister in her pajamas, there's a lot of men out there who'd like to be where you are. Ooh. Yep, also something my auntie would say. I've seen a lot more than that of her. Not that I'd admit it. Ooh. Ooh. Hisao. Man. Lilly. Akira! And she says, hey, I'm just teasing. She leans over to me as much as she can, whispering with a sly grin written on her face. And Hanako too, you perv. Well, I wouldn't go that far, but come on. Thinks a cold bath is in order for tonight. Probably, yeah. Without fight. Oh. 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 that look is definitely something my auntie would wear. She'd be like, yo. She'd be like, yo, what you doing? Not that she would have a problem, with if you want to have multiple partners. My auntie would be like, hey, it's no problem. But she would wear that look if she's like, you messing with my niece? You messing with my niece, bro? She would be wearing that look for sure. Hisao says, hey, it was her idea. Hanako, we both look over to her, her face turned to the ground and her hands fidgeting in the lap of her nightgown. If it's Hisao, I don't mind. Yeah. That's totally Hanako right now. So cute. An interview with Auntie would be interesting. I hope she knows how much we like her. Oh, I'm sure she does. One of these days, she might at least say hi. Darn that biology, I know, right? Oh my goodness. This could be bad. I know Hanako's altogether too innocent to bother reading too much into such a thing. But the expression Akira directs at me is positively stormy. Yeah, that's putting it lightly. Hisao, that's putting that expression lightly. Akira, please. It seems Lilly can sense Akira's sudden change in aura just as well as I, even without seeing it for herself. Oh my goddess! Well, maybe... I don't know if that's likely to happen in this game, but I wouldn't judge, I'm just saying. I'm not one to judge. Akira looks slightly away from me, like an attack dog leashed by its owner in the nick of time. I breathe a sigh of relief. That is also like my auntie too. She'd be like, oh, come on, man. Oh my goodness. I can't think of a more appropriate time to try and change topics than around now, really. Hisao, if you don't mind me asking, Akira, what do you do for a living? I've never seen you out of that suit. Akira says, thinking about to do what to do with yourself after school's over, eh? I'm a lawyer. Oh, sweet! No, she would definitely be my type, Akira. Ooh. Looking like that and a lawyer of all things. Ooh. Sexy. If I were there, I'd be like, hey, how you doing? For the most part, I work in the legal department of the Japanese branch of our family's company. The most boring answer possible, I suppose. Law is a pretty dry topic to most people. Hey! Having lawyers is important. And I like law. It's not boring, man. You know, I had people IRL say that if I hadn't chosen to become like a writer and things like that, I had a lot of people say, Tiefy, you should have become a lawyer. Because I do like all that law stuff and I write some pretty good legal-ish documents. And, you know, I am fascinated by law and issues to do with law, so I like this. Lawyers have money. That's true. But they also have skills. Very needed skills if you find yourself in need of representation. Hisao says kinda. Oi! You're not supposed to agree. Oh. TV to Akira. Excuse me. I'd like to discuss some serious legal briefs after hours. Yeah, I could see myself doing that. Just like, I'm gonna try to be like stealthy about it, but then maybe we would have drinks later. I don't know. I'd just be like, yes. Let us discuss legal matters, and then maybe later we can discuss some other things. You know, but business first. Lily gives an amused giggle while holding her teacup and saucer, Hanako quickly joining her. This friendly atmosphere between everyone is something I'd missed while Lily and Akira were on their trip. While the dealings I had with Hanako didn't help, I think just on having Lily around changed the mood. And of course, all the while over tea, of course. Very fancy tea, too. And maybe some little snacks or little cookies or little treats or something. Lily says, it's nice to be back. I missed you, Hisao, and you too, Hanako. Legal briefs is what Tiffy calls it. Calls what? Yes. My, hanging out with the lawyer, yes, legal briefs. And I see Kali has redeemed tea time. Very well, my dear sweet bard. Very well. I shall eagerly await the tea. So, same goes for the both of us. I'm guessing you're classmates. We're happy to see you back. In a matter of speaking, yes. Oof. Yeah, because she is part of the visually impaired and blind students class, so they technically couldn't see Tiefling, yes. Akira's amused snort showed she's well aware of Lily's attitude towards such figures of speech. I'd imagine she'd have to be, given how long they've been together. Tiefyweefy, yep, pretty much. Hanako asked, did you have fun in Scotland? For a moment I wonder why she's asking it having been quite some time since they came back. But then I remember everything that happened. We've simply not had time to look back with the exams and our Hokkaido trip. Lilly's face goes distant for a moment, and the fact that Akira's first reaction is to look over at her sister does not escape me. Nonetheless, she quickly collects herself. It was nice. We hadn't met our family in such a long time, so it was a wonderful reunion. I really don't like family reunions. Like IRL, Akira says, yeah, I guess that's right. Their house being beachside was the best part, though. Priorities, am I right? From her dismissive tone, I get the feeling that Akira doesn't like their family as much as Lilly does. I can't imagine why. You only like that because you finally had time to play around. And Akira says, just cause I'm the better swimmer. Oh, heck yeah! So she's athletic too. Very nice. Lilly says, I don't take after the athletic side of the family, that's all. Akira says, well, you can take heart in the fact that you've got the height genes at least. We would love to hear your priorities. Yes. And the bus genes. Wow, okay. Alright then, I guess we're going there. That was really not the right kind of thing to say around others. Oh, but you know your sister's gonna say it anyway. Though Lilly pretends to scold Akira, she does so with an unmistakable, slightly cheeky grin on her face. I doubt Akira really minds that, judging from her nonchalant expression. While I don't either, Hanako's looking down and blushing furiously beside me. Falls out of her chair, giggling again. Oh my goodness. It seems utterly divorced from the life that Lilly and Akira have lived until now. I suppose practicality must have made the decision for them. To have come from such a wealthy and well-connected lineage only adds to the almost noble air Lilly seems to have, though. And it's a small wonder none of it seems to have rubbed off onto Akira. They really are as little alike as siblings can be. Their only similarity seems to be their shared confidence, which can be both endearing and a headache at times. Most of the night continues much the same, with Hanako eventually leaving the Soto sisters and me to ourselves, as she heads back to her dorm for a rest. For a while, the only barely audible sound from Lily's teacup and saucer can occasionally be heard as she slowly drinks. The silence is strained as Lilly and I wait for the elephant in the room to be addressed. Oh, this is fun. Oh, we're gonna get to have this conversation now. Akira, so... Lilly dutifully puts her cup down, giving her sister her undivided attention. With Lilly and me on one side of the low table and Akira at the other, this almost feels like a judge passing down a verdict, much like it would be with my auntie. So, I hear that you two are going out now. I glance sideways at Lilly to confirm her as the source of Akira's knowledge. She gives a gentle nod to Akira, which I mirror in affirmation. Deciding that this is the proper time and place to do so, and Akira being the closest figure to a parent, Lily's had for much of her life. I bow deeply with my hands on the floor beside me, and my head very nearly the same. Hisao, I'll take good care of your sister, Akira, I promise you. Lily, see, he's a lovely young gentleman. Emphasis on gentleman. How is your auntie doing, by the way, Tiefy? Is she doing anything fun? Well, apparently, her and my little Sakura bean are out rolling around having some kind of adventure. At least, getting out and getting around so far as I hear, which is really nice because Sakura needs to get some time out. She has been spending way too much time at the castle recently, and she needs to get out and have some fun. So it's very nice that my auntie is kind of being the one to take her out and around a little bit and kind of show her around. I think that's nice for them both, honestly. But my auntie seems to be doing even better now that she got a new wheelchair that she can use. It got some upgrades, so now with it not breaking down on her as much, she's able to go out and around more and not have to worry about whether she's gonna be out somewhere and it's gonna break down. So I think it's very nice of them to finally be getting some outdoor time, the both of them. So from what I hear, my auntie is doing very well. She must have heard my voice coming from a lower position than usual. I slowly bring myself back up, my eyes tentatively looking to Akira under my brow. To tell the truth, I very much doubt my suited judge will raise any objections. She's very definitely the type to make her disapproval with others well known, something that lends her a measure of respect in my eyes. Akira, the old-fashioned kind, huh? Well, he's the kind of person I'd guess you'd go for. That's kind of a compliment, I guess. I mean, that is a compliment. It does show that Akira knows her sister well. And I think, that's kind of an interesting way to say that they're kind of a match. I don't have a problem with it. And I wish you two the best. Even if I didn't like it, I couldn't really do anything anyway. I offer a nod of appreciation to her as Lily gives a small sigh of relief, likely more out of duty than actual relief that Akira might have had any problems with us being together. Akira, I do wonder though, how's the rest of the family taking it, particularly the part residing at Yamaku? Have you told her? Ah yes, because Shizune is actually a family member of Lily's. Smiles turn to grimaces as Akira grins downright evilly. Those closest know how to twist the knife best, after all. So where are you at between Lily and Akira in your vibe? I would say I am very much like Lily in terms of my responsible nature, my kind of refined nature, or at least what I try for, I suppose, and sort of my awareness of other people and wanting to take care of them. I would say I'm a lot like Lilly in terms of personality. I would say I do have an aspect of me that I would say is kind of Akira-like, in that I do like the way that she dresses. And as you can see, I do wear like a suit and tie. So, you know, I kind of vibe with that classy like suit look on women. So in that way, I would say I definitely have something similar with Akira in that regard. And I would say that I do have an aspect to me that is a little bit more masculine from time to time. But I would say that I'm definitely more like Lilly, with like enough of Akira to be like snappy and cool and kind of like steady, you know what I mean? So that's what I would kind of say. I don't know if that makes sense, but yeah. Lilly, putting up with it may be the best term for the situation. Don't you agree, Hisao? Yeah, that sounds about right. At least she's being reasonable about it. I haven't actually watched Angel Beats myself, but now you make me curious. Now I actually want to take a look at that one. Akira, good to hear. That girl can be a handful at the best of times. Oh yeah. You know, so those more masculine women, they need and deserve love too. And yeah, so that's definitely why, like, I love those types of women, because they don't get a lot of attention. At least I feel like they don't, because, you know, there's a lot of emphasis in a lot of media where it's like women are supposed to be girly and stuff, and they're supposed to be like ultra feminine. So I also like getting to see, you know, more masculine female characters as well, because I think that's important representation too. They do tend to be stereotyped as lesbians. Not all of them are, of course. Okay. And Akira says, we sent a few messages back and forth during and just after the trip, and she was already busting my chops for seeing my boyfriend when we came back after leaving Hideaki for so long. She really does care for the little guy. So I think this is an interesting detail that they're bringing up here with Akira, and I think they mentioned it before that yes, Akira does actually have a boyfriend. Surprise, surprise. Yes, I did just take a drink, and I'll probably get that tea very soon, hopefully. Although I do know it takes time to brew, with all that brouhaha, obviously. I cast my mind back to Shizune's odd reaction after telling her about our relationship, but decide not to bring it up. It's no doubt simply born of their mutual antipathy, and Akira's comments only back that up. Akira, well then, that's settled. Gotta get to work early tomorrow, so I'd better be off. Laters. She rises from the table with a grunt. Of course she does. Her hands on her knee to push herself up. I love that description of how Akira actually gets up off the floor. I just noticed Akira's eyes lingering on Lilly for a couple of seconds before turning away as she begins to take her leave. After she walks out the door, she stops and looks up thoughtfully before turning to us one last time. Akira, oh yeah, I almost forgot to tell you. Use protection every time. Hey, good advice. I gag violently on the tea in my mouth, contrary to my own. Lily's composure holds perfectly, and she seems entirely unfazed. I'm kind of impressed. What, were you expecting her to be like, protection, yeah, I can't believe my sister just said that. No, she's a realist here. If you're gonna have sex, use protection. And things. And I hear Kali with my tea. Hold on. Alright, I now have my tea, ta-da, and I'm actually gonna take a little sip. And I see that redeemed for a Tiefyweefy, so we're gonna do it before drinking our tea. That tea took so long, but it's gonna be worth it. Let's take a sip. Oh, that tastes nice. It's warm and sweet and slightly flowery. And Lilly says, we are, don't worry. Akira, atta girl, see us. That's amazing. And with that, she turns and strides away, hand held high, and she disappears into the darkened hallway, closing the door behind her. The most reaction I can muster is flopping forwards onto the table, completely drained of energy, and truly exhausted by her. Lily's ability to hold her own against that suited devil is something I admire. Oh my goodness, yes. Hisao, she's she really is incredibly blunt. I don't think I'll ever be able to keep up with your sister's energy. As I feel Lily's soft hand come to rest on my own, I roll my head to the side to see her gently smiling. For a long time, we simply sit beside each other silently. Given her unquestionably unusual height, She is pretty much exactly as tall as I am, probably a couple centimeters higher, if anything. Like this, she appears even taller. The feeling of her pale, soft hand against mine is a pleasant one, as is the sight of the thin, silken pajamas she's wearing, showing her curves and collarbone. Oh my, we're about to get more banana split, aren't we? You do get on well, though, even if you do say that. When you replied to my comment the other day, I heard a guttural chuckle before the bruh. It's funny that you can hear my voice in your head. Like that. I guess. You know, you two are a lot more alike than I first thought when I met you. Lilly, then it's a good thing I quickly stopped you from going after her, isn't it? That's with a lot of VTubers I watch. Hey, Dragon, welcome! Good to see you. It's been a while. More biology lessons, I know. What prompted the pic? Well, I got that pic commissioned because I was just like, you know what? I've been getting knocked off my disc so much lately by life and by people and by drama and by other things happening. I thought, you know what? I would love to get an art piece commissioned to sort of like put kind of that feeling into words. And also I was kind of inspired by an art that I saw made of Fiore, who is another like character with a disability in an anime that we're actually going to talk about pretty soon here, by the name of Fate Stay Apocrypha. And so because there was an art piece of Fiore, who is a wheelchair using mage, and there was kind of a picture like that of Fiore, I was like, you know what? I would love to see myself in that position, and I would love to have an art piece made and kind of show it off and be like, number one, I have sex appeal. Number two, this is literally what it feels like when I get so overwhelmed by drama and this is and that. I really wanted to give like a sense of how invasive that is and how like disruptive that is, but also that it's kind of like that you're getting to see another side of me almost. Do I still have the ref? Maybe? I'm sure I do somewhere. I'm just not sure where I might have put it though as the problem. But if people are interested, I can definitely dig up the art that inspired it and show it. I just don't know if it's going to be on this cast because I don't know. I don't remember where I put it right now. I'm failing my history check. That's kind of an interesting comment that Lilly makes there because we know that Akira already has somebody. Although she jokes about it, my assessment of my inability to keep up with Akira, either physically or mentally, was quite in earnest. Lilly's slow-paced and ladylike, almost motherly nature is perhaps the single thing that helped me most in my first weeks at Yamaku. Come to think of it, wait, since when were we using protection? As I give a curious look to my side, Lily's cheeks puff out as she huffs at me. Okay, it's pout time. Unlike you, I remembered. The packet is in the cupboard next to the sink. So I'm not the only one of us that takes a pill. Okay, I guess maybe that's similar-ish. I feel rather thoughtless for not remembering it all and leaving it to Lilly. Tiefy has sex appeal and hex appeal. I love that. Druid, yes I do. Looking over to the cupboard she mentions, I notice again the knee-high piles of books around us that were here the other times I'd visited. For the most part, they're lined up against the wall to give a little more room around the table. Hisao says, why don't you get a bookshelf for your books? It's odd to see books just piled around, especially given that your room looks so neat and orderly otherwise. They're easier to find this way. I know exactly which pile each book is in. That's a really interesting and fascinating detail. I love that they put that in here. Hisao says, wouldn't you still know that after putting each set on a different shelf? That may be, but... So she's not immune to bouts of laziness after all. Hisao says, you have so many of them, it's kind of a shame we can't share our book sets despite both of us reading so much. She gives a short giggle. Come to think of it, why do you order your books through Yuko? I imagine there'd be plenty of sites that you could order books in Braille from, especially in English Braille. There are a lot of text-to-speech programs too. She turns her head slightly away from me, which strikes me as somewhat surprising. I'm just not all that good with computers. I'm alright with typewriters and braillers, but that's about it. Her tone almost makes me chuckle. She's a prideful person, so admitting something like that must be difficult. So Lily's the low-tech kind of person. Given her old-fashioned personality, it's not really a stunning surprise. Sent you a DM. Well, Collie, let me check that DM. Oh, yeah, I see what you, left me. My goodness. Okay. Well, I guess we will be looking at what inspired that at the end of this cast. Thank you for sending that. Okay, where was I here? I know, I should take another sip of tea. Well, that was not really so much a sip as it was a gulp, but whatever. Whatever, right? Hisao says, I wouldn't worry about it. A lot of people really aren't that good with them, so it's not that unusual. I mean, I wouldn't consider it like super spicy, but it might be a little bit spicy for Twitch. Who knows? Okay, but I have cover for when I need it. But that's gonna be in a little bit. A spicy tiefling. Yes, well. Okay, so I think I don't know if we're gonna get all the way through finishing Lily's route tonight. But we're gonna at least see if we can get through a bit more. Maybe go for like a couple more hours. And see what we can do in that time. That unusual. Now she's even more depressed. It feels like I'm twisting the knife rather than healing her wounds. With a bit of squirming, I shuffle my way closer to her, tentatively putting one hand around her wrist to hug her. I'm still not used to this kind of physical affection, but Lilly seems to like it. Ah, cute! Okay, I'm dying. This is adorable. This is adorable. I love this. Okay. This is worth it. She smiles as she turns to face me, a kiss being the reward for giving in to her. She draws me in, brushing my upper lip with hers before pressing against both. Yay, this is adorable. This way, every one of my senses is filled with her. The barely perceptible scent of her hair, the taste of her tongue fleetingly touches mine, the tenderness of her lips, the image of her filling my mind, the total silence apart from her faint breath. Good romance writing. Oh my goddess. Yes. We may have kissed before, but even if this is more a kiss of simple affection than anything, it's still a new and pleasant sensation. Judging from her vivid blush as she pulls back, it's obvious she feels the same way I do. Even if we're entirely alone, it still feels embarrassing to open up to each other this much. Lilly says, if we take everything day by day, I think it would be for the best. Small steps, right? Exactly right. And that's the other reason I really wanted to go with Lilly first, is because I think we have a similar ideology. We have a similar sort of way that we like to move through life. Hisao says, yeah, just small steps. We have plenty of time to be together even after the school year is over. As long as we move together, everything will work out okay. Neither of us is going anywhere soon, after all. For now, I'm just thankful for this small moment in time we can spend together. Aww, so sweet. And we have an end of a chapter. I'm gonna see if I can get through at least one more. Rare. And oh my goddess bless. We are getting a raid from Peculiar Little Rabbit. Thank you. Thank you so much. Welcome, raiders. Welcome. Thank you so much for being here with me this evening. For those of you who are new to my channel, my name is Tiefyweefy. I am a D&D tiefling VTuber with wild magic, aka cerebral palsy. Because I am born in lore and out with a disability. I do a lot of my content around disability representation in various forms of media, as well as talking about disability related issues, whether that be on a social front, a political front, artistic front. And I also look at disability representation and try to represent disability in tabletop role-playing games such as, well, D&D, because it is very near and dear to me and is a big part of why I have the form that I have today and why I use this magical, mystical, arcane disc to sit on while I do my casting from my world via my Scryball. So welcome, welcome, lords, ladies, and magic initiates. Welcome all. It has been a while since you dropped by, and it's really good to have you. And I hope you had a good stream. It is it is kind of a blast from the past, and I just realized I was blushing the whole time. Well, whatever. I am playing this visual novel. It is quite a few years old, but I am looking at it because it is one of the few visual novels that makes disability kind of the main focus and has actual young women with disabilities and a young man with his own disability and exploring the romance and the relationship possibilities that exist when you are brave enough to engage a disability dialogue. Yes, this is a good use for the Tensor's floating disk, and it is actually, part of my family's legacy to use the Tensor's disk in that way. And it was actually my mother-in-law who first got given the disc to use in this way. So I am sort of her legacy in a way, which is why I very proudly sit upon this disc and has been a huge part of the way I have wanted to represent myself as a VTuber from the very beginning, and I am blessed that I was able to meet a model artist by the name of Hatamono who was able to make a model that would accurately represent me and allow me to actually be on a disc. And Rabbit is also in my VTubers with Disabilities server, which is something that I have been running for quite some time. I know I have not been as active as I would like, but I am proud of myself for at least attempting to create a space that is for VTubers with disabilities so that they have connection and community and they have a space like we all need to be ourselves, to talk about our issues and talk about what we're going through without necessarily purely able-bodied or neurotypical people projecting on what we are going through in a way that may not be helpful. So I am very blessed and privileged to have the community that I have, and I am grateful to each and every one that is in that VTubers with Disabilities community. And I'm grateful always for all the people that I have sticking by me, even though I do very off the main road content most of the time. And I know that for that reason, I'm not always seen as like the typical streamer and the typical magic caster in that way. But I do this because I believe it's important. And I do this because I'm proud to be who I am. And I want others to learn to be proud as well. I stand unmoving in front of the door to the nurse's office for what feels like at least a dozen minutes or so. We do have a little bun bun of our own now. He is so adorable. He is my precious baby boy. I love him to pieces. I've been getting him used to me and used to getting petted, and we're still kind of figuring out how to get him some, more exercise time and all that good stuff, but one small thing at a time with that little guy and getting him used to me, and he just has the cutest little toe beans. He's so adorable. Oh, Collie, that's kind of a... No, I don't think you asked me about that yet, or if you did, it was in an earlier cast. And I didn't get to it or I didn't see it. Okay, so the thing with Asha is that she was starting to get that age for a young dragon where she was getting really restless and she was needing a lot of outdoor time. And she was needing to like literally go spread her wings. So, out of kind of care for her, my little dragonling, I realized that she needed sort of more room to kind of grow into more of herself. And so it just kind of got to the point where she was spending more and more time outside and more time in the ocean. And then it basically it came to a head of sorts when my cousin Zoe actually came back briefly, and they basically said to me, "Yo, cuz, so it turns out that that little blue dragon hatchling that I kind of gave to you as, company and something to help you with the loss of like White Fang and stuff, she was like, yo, cuz, I'm gonna need to take Asha from you because they are apparently very important to this tribe of blue dragonborn that I have found and that I am now working with. So, she said, cuz I'm gonna need to take Asha back with me, and I'm gonna need to do some stuff because to keep that little one away from her people, because apparently Asha is, and I only sort of learned this after what my cousin told me about it. Apparently Asha is very valuable. Apparently there are no blue dragons, true blue dragons, in the waters. And so apparently Asha is needed to kind of fulfill that role not only as a cultural symbol, but also as a new beginning of sorts for the blue dragons. So, knowing that, I could not very well just keep her to myself. Nikki, that's going to be a surprise. You may not lose Asha, you see, because with you also being a dragon, you and her might have some very, very interesting connections. So, even though she is gone from me at the moment, because you also have some interesting things pulling at you, you may very well still maintain your connection with the little blue one. And I think that is going to be a very interesting thing for the two of you to possibly work together on something that only dragons could work on. It's not like I never entered the small beige room before, nor is it because of any feeling of childlike anxiety over the visit. Maybe it's because the nurse's office is akin to a confessional, an admission that my body is flawed. Well, I can understand that because if you're not used to being counted as disabled or counted as having a condition that necessitates you going to the doctor's office, I can understand that would still be something you have to get used to. And so I like that they're kind of bringing that up. That yes, he's still struggling to accept that his body is different, that his body has changed. And it goes on to say the knowledge that such a fact is kept entirely confidential between the nurse and me hardly lessens the feeling. And that's exactly right, Nikki. There's going to be some interesting stories that now get to be told. Because of what's kind of intertwined with all that. This is my first playthrough, yes, and I'm still trying to get through my first route, which is Lilly's route, which I have been at for a while, mostly because I haven't been the best at being consistent at doing this kind of content, but I am hoping to improve on my regularity when it comes to that. Remembering that the bell to signal the end of the lunch break will sound soon, I give a sigh and open the door. The burden will stay with me just this while longer. Well now, if it isn't Nakai, good to see you. Or bad, I guess, considering that I'm a nurse. This music again. He gives me a small laugh, amused at his joke. I find his humor lacking and somewhat off, but the fact that he can make light of such a situation is perhaps comforting or at least distracting. His brief episode of entertainment over, he claps his hands together and gets down to business. I take a seat and he gestures for me to do so. Hopefully, we will get to that sometime. I'm not sure how soon, but that is why I'm gonna be doing some different kinds of dungeon and dragoning, or, dice and dungeons, to kind of get into that content, but especially after the interesting night I had last night, I am very much interested in sharing with the people who follow me the way I like to do Dungeons and Dragons, because after last night and some of the discussions that we had and some of the things that came up, I'm feeling motivated to share kind of my unique way of wanting to enjoy the game, because I feel even more now that I'm very much the odd tiefling on her arcane disc. Why is there erotic music at the nurse's office? I don't know, because he's one cool dude. I think it could be a doable thing on stream, yes. It would just mean that I would have to tailor the encounters to be something that would be Twitch friendly, as in not anything that would be too like heavy per se, but I think it would be doable. I would just have to think much more on that. This baseline is too sexy for this visit. Okay. And I need to catch up on things here. Okay. Elsa says, many fluffy loves to all and peace to everyone. Be fluffy and love each other as family. I shall keep the stream playing as she goes to bed. Sounds good, Elsa. Please sleep well. Take care. I'm hoping I did not miss somebody. Are we finishing my route? I'm gonna attempt to. I don't know if we're gonna be able to finish the Lilly route. I was kind of hoping that I would, you know. From one Lilly to another Lilly, I was kind of hoping maybe I'd be able to finish tonight, but I don't know. Because I think I might have a bit longer to go than I initially thought that I would. Okay. I wish the classrooms had seats this comfortable. I can feel my mind wandering as my eyes quickly scan the room, distracted by all the small changes since I last came. Alrighty, so what brings you here? I haven't seen you often, so I assume your health has been good so far? Well, mostly. I see. His smile drops as I trail off. I feel slightly guilty about it. It's these moments where I can't rationally call myself normal that make me so reluctant to see the nurse. They're an admission that I'm different from everyone else. Yeah, Holly, it's because her name is also Lilly, so... His dad says, while I was on a trip during the long weekend, I had a few problems with my heart. He hums very seriously and nods as he does so, urging me to go on. I think I was walking a fairly long distance. I think the right term for it is a heart flutter. I suddenly went weak at the knees and felt almost like I was having a small heart attack, but it passed in about half a minute. Even afterward, though, I felt pretty fatigued and nauseous. Not good at all. That was how many days ago exactly? Did you do anything unusual aside from exerting yourself before the episode? Were you taking your medication properly? Good point, because just because you're taking your medication doesn't mean it's going to do too much for you if you're taking it improperly. The nurse switches from awkward jokester to serious health professional mode, rattling off questions, making notes, calling up stuff on his computer. Looking forward to it, especially now that Tiefy has new DM pop-up screen. Yep. I tell him about forgetting to take my pills that morning and the preceding evening. It was a stupid thing to do, but I can't change anything about it now, except answer honestly and bite the bullet. His seriousness evolves into a frown, and the talk evolves into an instant checkup. I finish buttoning up my shirt again and get motion to take a seat in front of the nurse. Is this the first heart problem you've had since coming to Yamako? Don't lie, dude. Please, don't lie. I've had short pains in my chest before, just a couple of times, but they were more discomfort than anything like this. He leans back in his chair, briefly resembling a white-coated Poirot. I don't know how to pronounce that. I've never seen that word before. I need to look that up. How do you pronounce that? I've never seen that word before. Let's look it up. Spell that P. Scratch that. Spell that P-O. Goddess, come on, spell the dang thing. Whatever. Okay. We're gonna do this because it's not wanting to do it via voice. Okay. Okay. That's weird. Okay. So it says it's like a reference to a Belgian detective first appearing in The Mysterious Affair at Styles by Agatha Christie. It's described as a short with an egg-shaped head and sparkling green eyes. He also has a waxed mustache that curls upwards. Okay. That's interesting. And the actual word comes from a French word, occupational name for a grower or seller of pears, from the diminutive form of pear. Okay, cool. I did not know that was a thing. Also, yeah, apparently my other stuff got summoned. Hello. Anyways, Poirot, I guess is how you say it. TV summons DM screen to look it up. Yes, I do. Because I'm very serious and I have to look up how these things work. Alright. Unsummon this. Very well. Okay, paro. It's probably more accurate. It's French. So I want to learn how to pronounce that, but I'm not going to do that right now because I'm trying to get through this. But word nerd alert. As he mulls over the mysterious case of the heart flutter. Okay. I am French Canadian. All right. Well, then you, my good druid, are an expert. So thank you for that. So at least I might get better at pronunciation now. Okay, and so this is also a literature reference. moving his lips from side to side to show he's thinking, his non-existent mustache wiggling. Okay, literature reference. He eventually comes to a conclusion. Well, you survived it. That's always on the plus side. I blink at this one, then notice the nurse wearing his I got you face. That's kind of a disturbing I got you face, but whatever. It's actually somewhat reassuring. I don't think he would crack jokes if things were really serious. So I keep silent and take my lumps. I'll have to talk with your doctor, but right now I suspect it's simply due to physical exertion. Of many different sorts now. Have you been keeping up with regular light exercise like I directed you? He has now, I'm just saying. He has now, with some of his extracurricular activities. Doctor be like, wink. I'll make sure to walk a reasonable amount every day. It's usually enough to work up a bit of a sweat, but then again, I'm not as really fit as I used to be. That should be enough then. The main thing to keep in mind is to do regular low-stress exercise, not short bursts of sprinting and such. I understand. Since leaving the hospital, I have been more focused on my studies, probably to take my mind off not being able to do more physical things. It's good to hear you're coping well. Sudden lifestyle changes can be hard at the best of times. So I'm pleased to hear that you sound like you have everything in order. Almost everything, that is. Look at that big smile. You should do hatha yoga. Nevertheless, I want to keep a close eye on you for a while, just for observation's sake. Just to make sure things aren't going downhill, you understand. That's something I really didn't want to hear. Since coming to Yamaku, all I wanted to do is live as normal a life as possible. Observation was one of the words I came to hate the most during my hospital stay. For so long I felt as though I could have just walked straight out of the hospital doors if not for that observation the doctors wanted so dearly. Sure, should I come in more often? He checks the calendar next to his computer, which seems to inflict on him a nasty case of furrowed brow. He spins around toward me after that. The summer holidays are a bit of a pain considering the timing. I'll check with your doctor and try to get a better handle on the situation and see how he wants to proceed. But I think you should just take things slowly and carefully for now. What you're describing doesn't immediately sound like a reoccurring event, but it won't hurt to slow down a bit for a while just to make sure. It's a low stress exercise, you say. You mean with my girlfriend? Yeah, boy! What should I do for today? He looks over my shoulder at the clock hanging over the door. I'd never have noticed it if I hadn't followed his gaze. It's nearly time for school to be over, so you might as well just leave early. He gives me a sly wink, making sure that I understand he's doing me a favor. I got you, bro. Well, nurse's orders. Thanks. Now that warrants the sax music, I know! I'm sorry, but some of this sounds like it belongs in like an off-brand, medical themed I know you might not want to hear this, but you can't ignore your condition. Don't hesitate to see me if you have any further problems, or if you just have anything you want to ask. Bye! Well, at least he has doctors who, I don't know, pay attention to him. He spins around and gets back to typing on the computer in front of him. I suppose I'll just read before waiting for Lilly by the gate, considering I don't have much else to do. Even as I leave, his words echo in my mind. My condition isn't something as limiting as many of the others here in Yamaku, but I don't want to burden Lilly with thinking about it. If I just live life normally and avoid any short, sharp shocks, I should be okay. I won't let my condition rule me. And I think that's fair to say, because as someone who lives with her disabilities on a daily basis, if I let my body call the shots all day, every day, I would not be getting anywhere. Lilly comes into view soon after the bells heralding the end of school ring out. She says farewell to a number of her classmates headed in the other direction before beginning her weekly trip to the convenience store. Okay, Rabbit, have a good one. Take care, and thank you so much for bringing all your lovely buns to come visit me, and so I get to hang out with them for a little bit. Thank you so much for thinking to raid me tonight. It means the world. And thank you, of course, for hanging out. It's afternoon, Lilly. The immediate warm smile and relaxed demeanor she assumes upon noticing my presence are unexpectedly welcome. Hisao, hello. Good afternoon to you too. She hesitates for a second, but eventually decides to tilt her head, her face forward and close her eyes. My lips meet hers with a measure of slight trepidation before we move off, hand in hand. Aww. The fact that we're so close in height is somewhat useful at times, there being no need for either of us to turn our heads upwards or downwards in order to meet the others. Walking down the road of life together. Aww. It doesn't take much time to leave the noise of the other students far behind us. The tapping of Lily's cane in her free hand, the only sound to be heard. Silence, blissful silence, is all that greets us while we slowly walk in the setting sun's light. Hisao, I think I'm coming to really like this town. The huge green hilly expanse, the trees everywhere, the somewhat rustic little buildings. So you've come to appreciate the tranquility of it as well. I think so. I came from a metropolitan city near Tokyo. So the quiet of this town really alienated me when I first arrived. After a while, it became really nice though. I'd prefer it to the hustle and bustle of my home city now. Lilly, while I preferred the quiet of such a rural town, even when I arrived, I suppose I had the advantage of growing up in a quiet area before I came. Hanako said the surroundings are very pretty too. Lilly may say such a thing quite easily, but each time she mentions how others describe sights around her as beautiful or pretty, I feel a little put off. I notice her expression becoming one of anticipation for some question or another. She she always had a good sense for when somebody's not saying something that's on their mind, so I might as well speak up. I was kind of wondering, how to put this. Do you ever regret that you can't see what things look like for yourself? It's just something I've been thinking about. Ooh, this is an interesting question, Hisao. I'm glad you have the bravery and the class to ask it in the way you just did. Very well done. She thinks carefully for a time. Do you ever regret that you can't hear people whispering on the other side of the room? I can only speak for myself, but the fact that I can't see is the only way I've experienced life. Just as I cannot do something you can, you cannot do something I am capable of. The fact that the world is made for those who are sighted can be a pain sometimes, but there are many, many people who suffer much more than I because of the way the world is. Hisao, that does make sense, but still it just feels kind of bad to describe something that you can't experience to you. She tilts her head quizzically, as if I just said something that makes very little sense at all. But I can experience it. You just said yourself that you like this area because of the way the surroundings are. I like this area for the exact same reason. Thanks to the fact that this is a small rustic town surrounded by trees, it gives some peace and quiet away from the din at school and the bustle, not to mention the smells of the city. I suppose it would also be much like the home she shared with Akira. Her outlook on it seems pretty sensible, and I'm not surprised that she's got a much better handle on her particular condition than I do on mine. Just like how her coming from a location somewhat similar to Yamaku's surroundings let her become more acclimated in a shorter amount of time. Being born blind affected her stance, by her own admission. Correct. And this is something I've had to recognize. That the reason I deal probably a bit better with difficulty and sort of barriers and sort of setbacks and kind of disadvantages really is because I was born this way. So I have many more years of experience in dealing with my disability, dealing with a world that does not accommodate me, than someone who is recently disabled, for instance. It is very well done, and unfortunately I cannot see I'm not gonna predict anything favorable when it comes to the so-called spiritual successor to this game. I highly doubt they're gonna have the writing capability or the emotional capability to handle any of these dialogues because they are so focused on acting like they're woke and doing disability differently by like minimizing it. And, you know, I just really don't see anything like that, like what we have here, happening in Full Hearts at all. So, yeah. Even more reason why this visual novel is so special, because I doubt that it can be duplicated. People will sure try to imitate it, but it will never be duplicated. I should stop being so annoyed with myself over it, but I can't shake the feeling that I've depended on Lilly far too much, given the circumstances most have had to deal with in Yamaku. That makes a lot of sense. You're pretty good at explaining, as always. Come to think of it, where is Hanako anyway? She was with us for lunch. It seems she's busy studying. The exams are far from over, and she said she wants to do better this year than last. While I admire her work ethic, says Hisao, she's really been trying to give us a lot of room alone recently. Lilly, she's that type of person, I think. The kind that puts others' needs above her own at every chance. She's a sweet girl, even though so much has hurt her in the past. I'm kind of like Hanako in that way, I think. Because I've had a lot of rough stuff happen to me, and I try to be good to people wherever I can. But even I have had to learn to have boundaries, and I've had to learn to respect my own needs. I don't know, I feel like it's only now, when she's less close to me than ever, that she's truly finding herself. Which is kind of a good point, is that if you always have someone around you that kind of takes care of things for you, you're never going to learn how to find yourself and be comfortable with yourself and trust yourself. It was thanks to you that she began to become more confident after all, not me. I take my hand from hers and gently place it on her head. The important thing is that you were there for her. I can't even imagine what she'd be like without having found someone like you. That much became obvious while you were in Scotland. We're all still friends, so we've just gotta have faith in her. I think she'll become a good person. That much is thanks to you being there for her when she most needed it. Just as you were there for me. It makes me feel a bit childish when you sound so wise. Well, I try. Are you doing anything on the weekend by chance? Nothing that comes to mind. Why? Oh, and Kali, I see that clip. I will have to check it out later. Thank you, Sweetness, for making it. Then how about a date on Sunday? It'd be something to do besides exam preparation. Countering my rapidly beating heart, she simply smiles and nods. That would be lovely. Where would you like to go? Her face suddenly changes to one of disapproval. You can't do that, Hisao. That's cheating. Do what? A gentleman should never ask a lady where to have a date. Oh. Her smile quickly comes back, assuring me that she's far from serious. You know, I like that she's written to be brave enough and have enough attitude to say these kinds of things while also maintain a vibe of like I'm just joking with you, instead of being like, oh no, we can't have her make any of these sorts of comments, or not have the right setup so that all this stuff possibly gets misread, which, boy oh boy. Don't worry about it. I'll think about where we can go. Hisao says, I'll leave it to you then. I promise to decide on the next date though. With our plans for the weekend made, the rest of the walk down the hill continues in silence. The prospect of that lasting for any length of time, however, is shattered as I catch sight of a familiar figure waiting for us, her hand held high. Oh hey, it's Akira. Yo. And we have the store woman. Thank you, please come again. The change in temperature as I step out from the convenience store sends a chill up my spine. It feels like the summer is starting to wind down. Looking to my side, the same feeling seems to affect Lilly as well, though unlike me, she doesn't manage to hide the fact. Something I didn't realize at first was how physically delicate she is, even compared to the likes of Hanako. If I had to describe her, I'd have to say that she reminds me of a China doll. Akira walks up behind her and gives her a couple hard pats on the shoulder. Oh my god, it's like my auntie. Much to Lily's consternation, for a moment she looks envious of my status as an only child, as I am of their close relationship. Welcome back. It's alright, sometimes life happens, don't worry about it. I'm glad you're able to be back here with me. Tonight, I hope you have been well. They talk between themselves for a few moments. As I sort out my bags, their voice is too low for me to catch. But eventually, they break off and we begin to walk back to the school. Akira, it feels good to be out of that damned office. You kids don't know how good you have it here. I do love how her art is shown with the cane there and in a lot of relevant places. Just so that you don't forget, yes, she's having to use one. The realm of souls could not hold me. Well, good, I'm glad you have returned. It is a very nice touch character-wise, considering they could have just said, oh well, she doesn't need a cane in every scene, does she? Which, you know, it's not necessarily in every scene anyway, but it's important that they have it in the relevant scenes, where she absolutely would need to be depicted with it. Kids. You too, then. Kids grow up so fast nowadays. You're not old enough to say that. I don't know. Being around Hideaki makes me feel damn old. He's so precious and he reminds me of you when you were younger. He's a nice boy. It would be a shame if Shizune comes to have too much of an influence on him. Oof. Wow, okay. Family drama again. Akira gives an amused snort at her sister's antipathy. She doesn't really seem to regard it as anything to make a serious fuss about, treating it more like a childhood spat. You've made a new OC. Awesome! Oh, did I misread something? I'm sure I did. It's been a long night anyways. Precocious. I'm not surprised if that's actually what was there and I just misread it. Whatever. It's a long night. What you want? Anyways. What is it? Just a sec. Let me dig it out. After quite some difficulty, she manages to retrieve her black leather wallet from her back pocket. I like that she has a black leather wallet, by the way. Awesome. From her back pocket, quickly fishing out what looks to be a folded square of paper. Oh dear. Yeah, I mean, but they shouldn't be doing it as much as they are, though, is what I'm... Anyways, I've been doing okay. Okay, we gotta redeem for a boop. Let's go. Boop! Yeah, but I think it's doing it more than just when I'm just when I'm tired. What in the nine hills do you want? With Lily all but unaware of what's happening, Akira unfolds the scrap and hands it to me. Cute, I guess. An old photo of what looks to be younger Lily and Shizune operating a noodle stall with some other girl in the background. She looks vaguely familiar, but I can't quite pinpoint why. It means you should get some rest soon. Well, yeah, but then I probably won't finish the Lily thing tonight then. And Lily asks, "What is it, Akira?" I think you know. Lily mulls over this for a few moments before the realization dawns on her. Akira, you needn't. It's fine, isn't it? Besides, it's like the only photo I have of you two since you entered Yamaku, where you're not at each other's throats. I look back down to the photo in my hand. It does seem strange to see Lily and Shizune working so diligently together without any sign of animosity. The photos of them during Yamaku's festival, that means it must have been taken 1 or 2 years ago. Tiefy is tsundere. I don't know. I'm not very soon. Yes, I have gotten upgrades to scenes, model, probably some backgrounds, since you were last here. Okay, I see that Tiefy fell. Fine. I guess I am tsundere. You want more? Fine, Baka. It's not like I love you or anything. In other words, the time when they were both in the student councils together. Who's the girl in the back? She looks kind of familiar. I bet that's Hideaki. Maybe? I don't know. No, maybe I'm thinking of somebody else. What the? What? Ha! I knew you wouldn't recognize her. It's Misha before she went and dyed her hair pink. Okay, well, now that you mention it, I guess. Okay. Say what? That's Misha? No way! It feels extremely strange to see Misha without her so very distinctive hairstyle. Judging from Akira's tone, she doesn't take favorably to Misha's idea of fashion. I suppose that fact just accentuates how odd the situation looks. To think they were so friendly in the past, I wish I could do something to mend their relationship. You're being very quiet, Hisao. It just feels kind of strange to see you all so friendly like this. Lily moves to say something but stops herself. In the end, this isn't a matter for me. It's between Shizune and Lily and nobody else. Things change, unfortunately. I hand the photo back to Akira, who sighs as she folds it up and slides it back into her wallet. A little memory quietly hidden away to be pulled out again sometime later. Yeah, and it's kind of sad because that happens a lot more often than you'd think, and even people that you want to keep getting along with or want them to keep getting along with you, like, sometimes stuff just happens and, things aren't what they used to be. Yeah, that they do. Initially, I think Akira's reaction is simply in response to the situation between Lily and Shizune, but she looks oddly glummed compared to what I expect. Lily's expression has clouded as well. What's wrong? Says Hisao. Akira. It's just that I'll be going to Scotland fairly soon. You're leaving for Scotland again? For a long moment, Akira looks surprised. It's an ill-fitting expression for her. After a glance at Lily, she turns back to me as if she'd never done so. Yeah, in a couple of weeks I'll be leaving for Inverness to work at the company's headquarters. It's a pretty big jump in corporate position, and it's not a chance it's going to come again. So Akira's going to leave Japan on what seems like a permanent basis. I can't help feeling that my assumption that we could all while away our days having fun in this isolated little world is coming to an end. It's unsettling. I look at Lily, mildly surprised she hasn't told me such a thing despite usually being so forthcoming. She continues to walk with her face fixedly pointed ahead. I can't read her expression, nor can I even guess what's on her mind, which is discomforting, given how it's usually easy for me to do both. It reminds me of the time when we met at the Shanghai just before what could be called our first date. At the time, all I could do was comfort her without knowing the cause, and now feels no different. As we finally reach the school dormitories once again, there is a somewhat awkward silence. I don't think I'm the only one who feels it. See you tomorrow then, Lily. Bye, Akira. Good night, Hisao. See ya. And with that, they walk to the female dormitories. Opening the door to the male dormitories, I stop and look back at them just moments before their figures disappear behind the heavy wooden door. That was a strange moment. when Akira said she was leaving. While that wasn't the first time when my thoughts regarding my new life have been called into question, it's perhaps the first time to do it quite so profoundly. I still don't know what to make of Akira's reaction, much less of Lily's. Oh no, we haven't seen Dale Grimwood in a while. I was just gonna say, we're probably gonna see, a certain someone. Yes. Yes. Uh, Dale Potter. The night chill reminds me to get back to my room before I catch something. My bag's pulling down my arms with seemingly redoubled weight. If nothing else, I have a date with her set up for the weekend. I just need to stop overthinking stuff and get on with things as they are. The exams are still ongoing after all, with the trimester's end and the summer holidays beginning soon. There'll be plenty to keep me busy for a while. As I give a yawn and retreat inside, my thoughts turn to what Lilly will decide to set the location of our weekend rendezvous. And we have reached the end of another chapter. Oh, okay. Okay. Nice. Well, we said we were going on a date, so there it is. I think this is a lovely checkpoint. So what it means is we're gonna have to pick up reading this visual novel. Next time, Lords, Ladies, and Magic Initiates. I have been casting for almost 5 hours. And I think with this lovely smooth jazz music, we should call this an end to our casting of this for the evening. So I am going to switch scenes in my Scribble. I'm gonna actually leave the visual novel up, but not before saving, because we need to save. It's been a while. But I am actually gonna switch focus in my Scribble, but I'm gonna leave the game up while I do my end of the night goodbyes, because I love the vibes. So we are just gonna leave it like this, because I think it's a nice little vibe to end on, rather than my usual ending screen. Thank you so much, Lords, Ladies, and Magic Initiates. For joining me. Do I want to show the ref pick? I suppose. Yes, I suppose. I suppose I could do so.